Britain particularly, de-risk investments in immobility particularly. I've already mentioned the fact that we insure the first car, so that gives comfort to the financials in the room. The other thing, we realize as insurers, and I'm glad, Matthias, that you left everybody else to speak, the bankers, our planning brains, and you brought me last. You know why? When you ask Madam AI, I don't know which one version you're using, insurance as the backstop for investment financing. Tell you what, my brothers and sisters from the banking sector, they won't touch any risk without insurance, and that's a fact. Not just the operational risks which we're covering now, including financing risks. And I want to challenge you. You want to fund a project like this. Look at the biggest companies in the world. It is, but because we're used to history. So when we see success beyond measure with Kira Motors, as a Ugandan, there's no better time to be in Uganda living in Africa than now. We had that we want to be the biggest in Africa. Indeed, I'm glad our brothers from Africa are around. And guess what? Where is the first AI factory in Africa going to be? Any guesses? Thank you, Uganda. You guessed right, it's Britain. And we have the first policy in this country. My colleagues from competition, you can challenge me, that covers EVs. And we're proud to be part of the de-risking of financing this project. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Alan. You can also see the passion which translates into the work. Dr. Mval, I want to come back to you with a two-part question. Coming now on the side of policy. By the way, when we have Dr. Mval on the panel, we have the entire government of Uganda planning machinery here with us. So, I mean, you're part of this, and I know you have been right from the beginning, even pushing and supporting Kira Motors to get the right financing, etc. But where we are, what policy incentives do you see being considered to attract private and foreign capital into the e-mobility ecosystem? And along with that, I just want to know a little bit from you what you're doing to see that government agencies can sort of collaborate and have some regulatory stability in the process and give investors confidence.
Thank you very much. It looks like the very difficult questions are mine. But that's okay. One, if we are going to give confidence to investors, then our macros must be right. Up to now, our macros are okay. But we must watch the fiscal side. It seems like we are sending out signals that might indicate insustainability. The signals we are sending out, which are creating problems for the banks. People forget that the banks work into an ecosystem. So it is going to be critical for us as a government to ensure that we maintain macroeconomic stability. Don't forget security. Because if you are not secure, none of you will be here. If a bullet went out, I could see everybody here running. Maybe His Excellency could stay, but I would be the first to run. The other issue is the change of the mind. The mindset of government officials must change. We must be enablers. That's the reason we exist. Simple. If we do not enable, the context is wrong. If you're going to have a tenfold, you don't need new money. You just need to work better. It's not about new money. It's about working better. If we give you money to construct a road, kindly do it on time and save the businesses. Now, on the side of the regulatory enabling environment, when you look at the policy, we need to look at the tax and VAT exemptions around this area. This is an area that we should be looking at. Very, very important. But as you clap, as we give you these exemptions, you must give us something back. This country has been giving exemptions without requiring the people we give exemptions to account for the exemptions. Now we are pushing, we give you an exemption, you promise us 100 jobs, you don't give them to us, you pay the exemption. Simple. We must exempt. People are telling us, I have seen people from the World Bank, from the IMF, coming to this country to discuss exemptions. And I tell them, come on, get out of here. We are going to continue giving exemptions to enable for as long as they are accounted for on the economic side. Trust me. The other issue we need to look at, licensing, the licensing regime. Licensing. Why should it be a problem for me to be licensed? Why should I go to the ministry to be licensed and the commissioner is not present? Why? So licensing regimes must be looked at. And then the last one is the issue mainly for the charging, the licensing regime for charging. Anybody coming into charging, we must be very fast with these people. Because if we don't, then immobility will be a fallacy. If all of us buy these bikes and we don't have where to charge them. In fact, for me, senior, charging should be a public service now. It should be a public service. Whatever exemptions we give, we must give. Whatever financing we have in government, we must give. And lastly, for me, even updating the vehicle standards and whatever standards that exist. I know I don't want to have another chance to speak. Financing happens in a context. I want to encourage people who seek for financing to always justify their financing. We are not asking for more resources to Kira Motors for the sake of money. I want my government to know that the huge investment we have put in this Kira Motors will be the biggest risk now that we have is the financing. And it's a strategic risk. We must provide the $140 million required for this investment, and now. Any delays are fatal. Why am I saying so? You want to move this company to a minimum level of efficiency. And for you to do that, this company must give us 500 units. It's not about the money. We need Kira Motors to give us 500 units. From how many units? Those who know? 49 units. If Kira Motors does not give us 500 units, we are finished. So whoever is looking for the money must know we must make 500 units. I don't think I have to speak again. I am done. We must do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mabala. You always make the point very clear. And I think this leads us over to you, Wilbrod, really. Because from a planning point of view, one of the things Dr. Mabala mentioned, the importance of getting the macros right. And while in the banking system, you have no role necessarily on the fiscal side, but you're key on the implementation of monetary policy, right? Your key players there, and the biggest challenge, which is a key part of our conversation, is barriers to financing. With the risk-free rate for capital in Uganda at about 16%, and SOFR out there on hard currency at about 3.75%, even if you add in the cost of hedging, you see the significant challenge that businesses have to face here. I mean, what steps can commercial banks take to collaborate with development partners, business, in forums like this one, to try and reduce these barriers to financing? So Ugandans who wanting to come into the ecosystem like for this particular business, are able to come around here, pick up plots, and get their businesses growing to support the development of the industry?
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you, Joseph, for ably dimensioning this. I think many things have been said, and for me, and as an industry, the mindset change and the belief that this can happen. Government has an ambitious growth strategy for the country to multiply the economy tenfold. The banking industry has been challenged by government through the Governor, Bank of Uganda, and by extension to all the financial institutions regulated by Bank of Uganda, to produce and implement a strategy to support government's tenfold growth. And we have been challenged to ensure private sector credit is expanded more than tenfold. The total credit extended last year was about 32 trillion. If we combine all the financial institutions, both commercial banks at about 21 and the others, to multiply that by 10, it means we have to lend out nearly, I said 23, to multiply that by 10, we have to lend out 230 trillion shillings to the private sector. We are putting together a strategy right now, and it should be about ready in October, of how the industry will reposition to finance private sector credit and also support government through PPPs and other forms. What are some of the things we are looking at? And so we've dimensioned across the ATMs, the various sectors, including this important one. What will it take for us to mobilize that quantum of capital? It is clear that not all of it may come from banks. It means we have to partner with other lenders, whether in the development finance space, but today there's blended and bridge financing. There are impact investors, there are people with capital, for as long as you meet their criteria. And greening, sustainability, ESG, climate finance, these are important attractors to funding. And I'm glad Kira Motors is #1 on that. Once we do that, in lending, in financing, a banker, any lender, always looks at where will the money to pay my loan come from? Where is the demand for Kira Motors products? First of all, domestically. I think you asked about policy incentives and things like that. If government, and government is the biggest businessman in the country, if government says every ministry, every MDA, you must use Kira Motors vehicles, two-wheelers, and Kira Motors products, straight away the capacity you talked about, it means Kira Motors is sure of demand of a certain level, a minimum quantum, a market for their products. When government believes in itself, believes in its products, it is sending a message. The private sector will see government running on Kira Motors vehicles. They will be interested to support and be part of it. And that demand can be generated. You know, Henry Ford was the president of the United States. And he was very strong as a president in driving the motor industry in the US. And he was asked, why were you that aggressive in pushing for vehicles, including Ford as a vehicle? He said, if I had waited to ask farmers, how can I improve transport? They would have told him, give us a more powerful horse. You know, there's the faster horse theory. Because at that time, horses were the ones used to transport produce from the farm. But he said, let's put energy in automatic, on motor vehicle engine, that has capacity, resilience, power, and frankly can multiply us more than tenfold. And that's the mindset we should be thinking about. Green finance, sustainability financing is a big thing now. And for as long as we push this agenda, the industry is positioning itself, including with government, to attract much more blended financing, structured well, priced well, so that it addresses the needs today. Financial institutions can now come together, and that's in the plan, that we syndicate and provide much larger financing for Kira Motors. But like I said, behind Kira Motors, they have numerous value chains and suppliers who individually will need working capital to support their businesses. And that's how we should position the industry to support Kira Motors. We were speaking with Paul yesterday, and I said, after this visit, as the umbrella body for banks in the country, we are going to arrange, Paul, and bring all the CEOs to see what we are seeing today, so that the mindset changes. Very many people think Kira Motors is the president's dream somewhere still there. It has not yet taken off. When you come and see with your eyes, seeing is believing. The industry adopted an ESG strategy in 2024, launched by the government. It is all meant to position the industry so that we are responsible, but also see that the growth we are funding is sustainable. So I think there's huge opportunity. There are development partners here. If they have confidence in the financial sector, if the financial sector believes in what's happening and sees, it gives confidence to other lenders to come and partner, and we can support this dream and grow our economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to Wilbrod. He has spoken like a banker. Demonstrated how banks fit into the value chain, and asked the government to lead by creating the market, right? So that banks can then follow. But I think that is all in the spirit of partnership, which is a very, very good thing. And you know, Irene, this comes straight back to you, building on Wilbur's point. Because as a large bank, so Wilbur talked about, you know, syndication and all sorts of things and other financiers coming in. But you have scale. You have scale beyond borders, etc. I'm asking the same question to you. How can you partner as a large financial institution with government and you know, and the industry, the financial sector, and other players to really mobilize private capital for the sector?
Thank you. And if I may borrow the words of our finance minister, colleagues, capital is there. And I want to say that it is going to be a collaborative effort, and it will take synergies across the financing sector to be able to service the e-mobility industry. So what we have done at ABSA, one is that we have been in touch with policymakers to make sure that if we are financing the e-mobility, then things like chargers, electric stations, and all that are available. So we also call upon policymakers to support the financing of this industry. We have been in collaboration with innovators, because, I mean, putting up such a plant, I trust that Kira Motors has tapped into a lot of innovation, a lot of, you know, AI, and a lot of, you know, scientific or available innovation that is available. And for the financiers, I think what we have done differently as ABSA, number one is to tap into the development financial institutions. Because again, you cannot use the current liquidity in the market to be able to price such facilities at the levels that will facilitate development. So we've partnered with a lot of DFIs that are able to fund us or allocate cheaper capital to be able to pass on to such entities. I think Kira Motors has been top of mind, and I think, Paul, the discussions have been held. Again, to Mr. Mvala's point, government must be an enabler, and it must do it very fast to be able to facilitate Kira Motors to access the financing. We've also tapped into our Pan-African markets, where we don't have expertise, for example, in Uganda. We tap into our expertise in South Africa. We have recently done a big facility of $156 million in Kenya. We have recently supported government of Tanzania to issue a green bond. We have also supported Safaricom to do a sustainable linked loan. And all of this has been part of our initiative and expertise to drive cheaper financing for such sustainable sectors. So capital is available. Our ask is that it has to be collaborative. It has to bring in the innovators. It has to bring in government, again, to provide the final offtake agreements and the contracts. And also it has to bring in companies like Kira Motors in order to drive that. But we always say we are invested in this story as ABSA because, again, we have made sustainable lending as part of our biggest pillar for ABSA Group. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause for Irene. Irene, I think you kind of round it off well. And I want to bring the same question to Alan in a different way. Wilbrod gave us a very good background in this whole concept of partnerships, mentioning that if government, for instance, made a policy decision to that government agencies, entities, and parties purchase the pieces being made here, for their use rather than imported vehicles, that would go a long way in creating a pool of demand for the banks to follow on, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, the same question to you. So what partnerships are needed between insurers, government, and financiers to build trust and resilience in the e-mobility space?
Thanks once again, Matthias, and please allow me to read this. It relates to the question you just asked me. It's a report by the World Bank on financing investments in the development world. The funding needs of developing countries are immense. By one estimate, they need $4 trillion annually to meet the sustainable SDGs. A figure significantly exceeding the financial resources available. Now let's move forward. Given the limitation of public funds, there has been a growing focus on the role that private capital can play to address this finance gap. Insurance companies provide the backdrop again and the oiling for that to happen. So how can government work with the private sector through PPPs, and what is the insurance's role? I mentioned earlier about investment financing. Even as my sister said, there's capital, it's expensive capital. The question, and why is it expensive? The reason is because of the perception of risk in Africa. So how can we de-risk that? So from an insurance perspective, insurers are providing political risk cover, credit risk cover, okay, to fund these projects so that then we can bring the cost of capital down. That's why I mentioned if we're going to get the $140 million we are speaking about, we shall definitely need insurance to play its role, and it's through those partnerships with multilateral development lending agencies, government, and the private sector for us to be able to bring the cost of capital down. We can have the government buying, Matthias and colleagues, all the buses. We can have the market. But if the cost of that capital is very expensive, then we shall still always have challenges. So mine as an insurer is, we're available. Thankfully, one of my shareholders is the IFC World Bank. we're happy to support, in a way, in partnership with ATD, which is African Trade Insurance Development Agency, supporting investments in Africa to remove the perception that Africa is risky. The return is good, but the perception that Africa is risky must end, and it's us to change that narrative. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And before we get into the parting shots, I just want to hear from Arthur on the same question. Because in the building of all this collaboration, one envisages lots of creativity and innovation, and we must not forget the role of our creative young people and how they come into it. So Arthur, from a perspective of Future Labs, how do you see this collaboration working, and where do you see the role of Future Labs in making this happen? Very briefly.
Thank you very much. I think what is clear here is we all see the opportunity in e-mobility. Sorry. What is clear is the opportunity in e-mobility has been demonstrated at several levels. You have entities like Kira Motors that have played a kind of a pathfinder, path charter role. You have, maybe let's break it down like this. You need someone to come up with an idea. And the team at Kira Motors, I think from as far back as Kira EV, which started out, I think, as an after-school club, came up with an idea. Ideas are a dime a dozen. The hard part is the execution. And that they then worked together with whatever material they could to come up with a prototype. That prototype starts to capture imagination, not just of the team that's immediately executing, but of the ecosystem around them. Other people are saying, what else is possible? And that's why I like Pastor's comment earlier. If we speak the same language, the language of seeing opportunity, then there comes a time when we start to all want to unlock that opportunity. That's when the funding collaborations and partnerships start to be triggered. So government then comes in and says, as STI, as the government infrastructure, how do we back this promising idea to get to competitive scale? There's a certain scale you must attain to be a meaningful player in an ecosystem. And I think this is more than $100 million investment, for example, where we are, but that it has taken time to get to this particular point. I like how you've mentioned that for them to take over, for them to reach the economies and efficiencies necessary, they would need to get to 500 units in production. That has implications on supply chain predictability. Yeah, sure. It has implications on supply chain. It has implications on Kira Motors production capacity. And also, consequently, if I'm producing 500 buses with no customer, there's a loss. So I think the opportunity and invitation that we participate in as Future Lab and as the ecosystem is around innovate on the financing instruments. I'll just very briefly touch on supply side financing instruments you can innovate on. It's that Kira Motors buses produce live data on how they're actually running. That data can be measured, can be verified, can unlock climate financing that goes into a financing mix. The banks can come in to provide capital for certain aspects of that production value chain, and then you have other mechanisms that come into that ecosystem. I think where our role comes in is to sit with partners who would like to tap these opportunities to structure mechanisms around how do we innovate for leverage, for distribution, how do we innovate for affordability, for actual offtake, and how do we also innovate around connecting ecosystems.
Thank you very much. I know that a round of applause for Arthur. We have 10 minutes because we started a few minutes after the time. But I have one question for the audience here. If it can generate, one or two questions for the panel before we go into the parting shots. Because for you out here, especially if we have any of you involved in entrepreneurship or in government in some way, whatever, what challenges are you facing or anticipating in securing financing if you want to play in the ecosystem? And what would you like to hear from the panelists here by way of support or interventions that could be missing from what you've had? So it's a challenge for you in the audience. And if there is anybody, you can raise your hand and we'll bring a mic round. We'll take that question. So there is one hand here. Can anybody? Okay, so we have two. Can we have the microphone move right?
I do have
Yeah?
a question.
We have right at the front. Oh, you already have the microphone?
Yes.
Okay, after you holding the microphone, let's have the gentleman in front of you. Then we will come to the front.
All right.
And when we are answering, whoever is answering, you'll answer all the questions at once, right? Okay,
so
just introduce yourself. Just say your name very briefly.
My name is Chirabo Joel.
Launch into the question. You have to speak up because we're in a factory.
Chirabo Joel. So I've had a lot of conversations to do with
Can you hear him?
investment. There have been a lot of conversations to do with
You need to
investment.
speak up.
Okay, so my question has to do with investment. So the conversations we've been having concerning investments, most of them have been biased towards the institutional side. You've talked about government, you've talked about banks, but really haven't tapped into the retail investment side, okay? You're talking about things like the stock market, because let's say if you go back to the story of Tesla, Tesla was almost collapsing until they were able to list on the United States, the stock exchange of the United States, that's in New York. So we've not really had that conversation concerning retail investment, and sometimes when I think about it, probably would not communicate the language that would make for stakeholders.
Got it.
For example, our betting market, the betting economy has gone to over 8 trillion Uganda shillings, and that's about 2 billion US dollars. So is that a segment that can be tapped into before we concentrate on only institutional investment that to do with government and the banks like you spoke about?
Got it, yeah.
My
So,
name is Chirabo
excellent.
Joel.
Name?
Chirabo Joel.
So
I'm
Chirabo, that question will
yeah.
go to Wilbrod, Irene, and I know Dr. Mbawala has very many views on it. Right here.
Hi, my name is Dr. Dennis Matanda, and I'm very proud to say that my financial institution is probably much bigger than this entire section. I work for an entity called the Trade and Development Bank, and so my question is not necessarily a question, but I have to speak not as a banker, but somebody who grew up in Jinja. The first thing I'd like to say is that this factory alone is producing products that are not 3,000 components, but over 80,000 components, which means there's a whole infrastructure and ecosystem that we can work with. But then there's the second part for me personally, telling our stories where we combine elements around pollution, because if you look at research, it is the residential areas, in other words, Kololo and Chanja have more pollution than Kawempe. From that perspective, there is the question of consumer products, the SUVs, if we cannot necessarily have those things. But I will also finally say that listening to Dr. Mubala's question and comments, I'm very pleased and I'm very glad that Alan and I worked for the same company where we actually understand the essence of providing political risk insurance and the fact that we have the money to provide and we are willing to do it. All you guys have to do is to give us the right story. We will give you the money. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Matanda. I think you must have attended the UDB conference. I think I saw you. You had the president talk about how we have to do it ourselves, right? So you're sitting on the capital of TDB out there. You have to create an avenue as well in telling our story, because you're lobbyists. You have to figure out how to tell our story and reach out. So you also have a role to play. But I like what you bring out about telling this story. So it'd be useful to take that. It's not a question, it's a comment, but it's a very relevant comment. Mr. Cox, I gave the remarks that I picked from him in the morning when he mentioned that he was surprised by the number of components that are produced within this plant here, as opposed to being imported. So the more we can increase, the better. Thank you so much. Let's take a question here.
Thank you. Kadofred Mwesiji, I'm Uganda's High Commission to Tanzania. And I want to tell you that Dar es Salaam has developed a very smart rapid bus system. They have 10 lots, and each lot requires about 400 buses. Currently, right now, there is a market demand for 390 buses, electrical buses. And I've been working with a friend of mine here, he's inside here, called Paolo Cabare. And we've been talking to Chira Motors. And I want to mobilize all the banks here, support Chira Motors to meet this immediate demand. They have 10 lots. Lot 1 and 2 have already been supplied by a Chinese company, but lot 3 and 4 require 390 buses, and they are looking at the Uganda market because we have been nursing that market. So I want all the bankers really to come and support Chirama so that we meet this immediate hanging fruit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, General. So I'm going to take it back to our panel so that as you respond to the comments, you also make your parting shots. There's quite a lot that's been leveled towards the banks, even that last one. So we'll start with you, Irene, just to respond to the comments where you can, and also give us your parting shots briefly. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And to the first person that asked, I think it's because of limited time sometimes that we concentrate on the corporates. However, all this financing that we are doing to the corporates, the end user is the last person in the last mile of the chain. Today we are talking about Kira. When we finance Kira, who is going to get onto those buses? It's you and I. And so we facilitate transport in that way. We are talking about, if you talk about our partnership, like ABSA partnership with Mogo, who is the final beneficiary? It's that person down in the village, because we've been able to make a motorcycle accessible to them so that they can transport pregnant mothers to healthcare centers, create youth employment and all that. When we talk about the financing we've done under solar energy, we have gone down to the last person in the villages to say, as we partner with this corporate, who is that end user? It's the grandmother in the village where you see those solar panels. Those have come through financing through corporates, and those are the banks. So much as we've been talking about corporate investments here, the final end user for all these proceeds will always be the Mwananchi, you and I, in order to tap into this. I take your comments. I think as we are ready to finance Kira Motors, there are still a few bits and pieces that need to be aligned, but I think our commitment still remains as ABSA Bank to be part of this economy, to be a force for good in this economy, and to make sure that we are speaking to things that really drive the economic development of the country. So once again, we are invested in Kira Motors' story, and we are here to empower Uganda. We are here to empower Africa's tomorrow together, one story at a time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Irene, give a round of applause. I will now go to Wilbrod, and then go to Alan, come back to Arthur, and then we have our final thoughts will be from Dr. Mvawala. But let's hear from you, Wilbrod.
Thank you very much. And thank you for your questions once again. You know, I am a Christian, and although I believe in the Bible, which says, happy are those who believe without seeing. For me, I have believed by seeing today. Today we are talking about opportunity. And the young man who has asked, what about us in the retail space? You are talking about corporates only. No. There's huge opportunity for you, the individual. The supply 80,000 opportunities of the components. That is opportunity we are sitting on. Those have to be financed to supply Kira Motors. But also as a young man, and our population is huge with young people, Kira Motors is giving you an opportunity for gigs. I know how much we like TikTok. How about you guys, the social media guys? You just promote Kira Motors on TikTok, and you can earn money today by doing that. There is huge opportunity. In this part of the world, when mobile money transfers came, see how much revolution it has caused. Today you can send money anywhere. So there are success stories in this part of the world. We can leapfrog our economies by the opportunity space that is there. So there will be individual opportunities. I think most importantly, how does the financial and banking sector then support you? And my colleague from APSA has touched on some of these things. But we have also admitted as banks that there needs to be a huge mindset in the banking industry. Banking is an old profession. And of course we manage risk, and that's why we have insurers and regulators. But today there is so much opportunity. Let me just share one story. Somebody told us, a photographer, just a photographer, told us that a good one, he's a good photographer. He told us that, do you know that on a good month, especially these months towards the end of the year, I can make 40 million a month. I said, how? He said, I can make 40 million a month. And you bankers, you don't care about me. You don't know me. I said, how? He said, if I am lucky, and in a month, on every weekend, there are 4 weekends in a month, and I get a wedding function, and I am the photographer for the wedding, every million I get 10, every month I get 10 million. If I get 4 weddings, that's 40 million. And I'm not even banking with you people. I use my mobile and I put my money in a unit trust. So you don't see me, because unit trust bank wholesale in the bank. So you don't see the individual person. And I can get money and I earn interest, but because you banks, you don't see me, you don't see my turnover, it means you cannot lend me. So we've suddenly lost a 40 million earner. And there are many other gigs like that. And therefore we've said, wait a minute. Our country has a big population, they are young people, they are innovators. Makerere, I was recently in the convocation, and they are promoting science and innovation. Young people can do many things for us to start rethinking about this huge potential and how we manage risk in the retail space. So I think there's huge opportunity. And these conversations will add to that rethinking. There are microloans today. We can lend more based on your mobile money turnover and the opportunity. Social media influencers today earn big money. And as banks, we should start thinking and seeing them differently. I thank our ambassador, Tanzania. He's talking about demand, creating demand. And I think all our ambassadors and high commissioners should be given a target by government. You must create demand for Kira Motors. For every country you are representing Uganda, create demand, especially in this region, in the West African region. I think that's really how we shall grow. And let's leverage on this. I am really grateful that I've been given this opportunity. I hear you, I believe, and I have seen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's the interesting thing about formalization. Now we know how much the photographers make. So our friends operating on the fiscal side, I think this is where you need to attend these events. But the truth is that there's a lot of benefit in formality. And I think our friend was talking about retail. I think you can see sometimes you have to scale things up and then create opportunity for retail. There's nobody from CMA here, but you imagine government has taken the lead and financed all this. What you need to be doing is saving, my friend. So when one day a part of it comes on the stock market, you know, you have the ability to take a stake. Thank you very much, Wilbrod. If we can now hear from Alan, and then we'll come back to you, Arthur. Very briefly, let's make these closing remarks very brief so that we can have a moment with Dr. Mvola.
Thanks so much, Matthias. My parting shot, yes, Dr. Matanda, I agree. We should tell our story better as Africa. And for Uganda, and speaking on behalf of Britain, once again, Paul and team, we are proud to be associated with you. We commit to de-risk the immobility study in Uganda. We commit to work with our financing partners to de-risk investments in Africa, and that's what insurance's job is. Insurance, for those who hear it and wonder what it is, I would say, if you want looking for one word, it's the oil that gets the financial sectors moving, because it's then the one that is the risk of taker to support investments in such innovations. As I conclude, Matthias, please allow me digress again for a minute. In 1998, the world put in space 400 kilometers, what we call the International Space Station. How many of us, by show of hands, have heard about the International Space Station? Fantastic, thank you. When you just imagine what happens cruising about 28,000 kilometers around Earth every 90 minutes, those colleagues do not have the monopoly of knowledge. What Paul, the president of this country, and Chira Motors has done demonstrates the fact that with the right partners, with the right financing, we are all capable of transforming our economy and our lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alan. I had, we commit. These are things you should be clapping for, because commitments coming from a large corporate is a significant step in determining what they are going to do with the sector. Thank you, Alan. And let's get to you, Arthur, before we move to Dr. Mvola.
I'll start with the commit part. We commit to bringing the ecosystem of young people we work with and their brilliant innovations to these conversations. We commit to working with the different development partners, finance sector players, policymakers to innovate instruments. I mean, things like development impact bonds or social impact bonds, incredible opportunity. We can innovate carbon-linked financing. We can innovate things around, how do you do results-based financing or usage-based financing for the offtake or demand side. Let's put our heads together to figure out innovations on corporate structure, innovations on financing instruments, innovations on distribution of financing instruments. And before you know it, for as long as there's signals that there's capital available, which is an input, not the end result, you'll see innovators being more bold, being more determined to figure out how to make this thing work at scale and to build a cohesive ecosystem. On my end is to thank you all for the dedication to deepening Uganda's participation in the knowledge economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Arthur, a round of applause. And finally, to Dr. Mvola, we would like to hear the Apex commitments. Thank you. Your closing thoughts.
I thank you very much. First and foremost is to thank you for coming. I happen to be a born of the area where this investment is. To thank the audience, I have heard people who are talking about how does this investment help Jinja. That is very important to us. For us in Busoga, we have seen the proof of concept. We use these buses every day. They are the most efficient buses. That is what we were looking for, proof of concept. The concept has been proved. So that's not a discussion anymore. We must sustain it. We must look for the human capital necessary to sustain it. As the National Planning Authority, as I submit the priorities for the budget for next year, sure, you will see the $140 million in that budget. We have to work hard. Sure, I will justify it. When I ask the Secretariat to justify, people might think the Secretariat wants money. I am the Planning Authority. We will submit these figures. And the basis of our submission is going to be the minimum scale we need to sustain this investment. We are not in a hurry to go to the stock market. Let us not cut corners. Let us make the investment ready for the stock market. Let us not be theoretical with these matters. The sequencing must be right. The timing must be right. We thank God for the leadership of this institution, and we hope that the coach, Pastor, is coaching more leaders like Paul to sustain this investment. If that is not available, we will have trouble. May God bless you. Welcome to Busoga. Spend in Busoga. And by the way, the land next to this investment is Busoga land, which was taken over by government in 1968. And sure, you saw the Chabazinga meet the president. That land is returning. Not for people to steal, to use it for further investment. May God bless you, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'd like to extend a warm thank you to all our panelists. Please give them a round of applause. I think lots of information we've picked out, but also lots of commitments. And I think closing in from Dr. Mvawala, I want to take two messages. One, about the government leading to drive the demand side, message which came from Wilbrod, but also the commitments you've seen of the financing to come to lead the way, government leading the way and being in no hurry and putting up the capital for this to be sustainable, the leadership, Paul and your team, etc. And retail investors, you're not forgotten. As I mentioned, keep saving your money. We need to lift up those domestic savings. They're a key component of what government actually uses to invest. And when the time comes, if it does come later in the future, you could be ready to participate in the capital markets. So thank you all very much. We've come to the end of our panel. I'd like to hand back to Maurice.
Round of applause for our amazing panelists and of course our moderator as well. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are sure that you enjoyed the discussion. It was nice to have a lot of feedback from you as well. Would like to ask our panelists to remain on stage. There's a gift coming your way from Chira Motors. So if you can just hold on. Now this is so exciting. Yesterday I was smiling like a child because I got my first souvenir.
I saw the evidence.
You saw the evidence. I couldn't stop smiling. So
I've never seen you smile like that.
That wide. I was like, ooh, I hope no one steals my bus. So this is a reminder to you. You can have a souvenir to take away. As you exit this area, on the right-hand side, we have a souvenir store.
Yes.
And these are special, they're collectibles, and there's something for you to remember constantly. We would like to gift our amazing panelists. So another round of applause for them.
Please appreciate
today.
our panelists and our moderator for a job well done. We were struggling on the timekeeping part. But we are going to manage Alan. Alan, you're handling the next session after lunch. We are going to manage you. We are going to manage you. And then we have Ben Mwine. We are also going to manage you after lunch. So Alan and Ben.
Okay, you'll be the strict one. I'll be nice.
Excellent. Now I will manage them.
Now we would like to take a group photograph.
Yes.
With our panelists. So to our photographer, are you ready? All good? To all our panelists. Can we have a look? Could you just show off the bus for our audience? So Robert, hello, Robert. Can you just show off the bus to the...
Robert,
yes.
Robert, we want the people to see the bus. That is our souvenir bus.
These are model buses. I assure you, the moment you touch it, it is solid, it is weighty,
right.
It is beautiful.
The lady needs to be in the middle.
Lady in the middle, yes.
Yeah, but this Pano Cristo is really not gender sensitive, this Pano.
So can we now take our photographs? Are we
guys.
ready?
Photos,
okay.
guys. Yes.
Our photographer is straight ahead of you.
So ladies and gentlemen, as we have our photo, we have a couple of things that will be happening simultaneously. Is that we have a fun pack on the outside, and
Yes,
we'd like to
indeed.
encourage you to see it and make time during lunch, so you're able to join us after that. All right?
Yes, so that is alongside our exhibition area. Would
Yes.
like you to sample that as we go into our lunch break.
Yes.
Andrew is also expecting you for some exciting demos, yes?
Yes, yes. And just before we lose our people, please recognize our VIPs. Let's recognize some of our VIPs. We'll request our panelists to take their seats. You know, this excitement of your souvenir, I can see it now.
Now you understand why I was smiling, like it was the best day of my life.
Paul and the Prime Minister, please sit down so we can manage you. He's taking them, which is okay.
Yes,
He's
our
allowed.
panelists are going to be escorted
Please
by
recognize.
our CEO, but allow me to recognize the presence of some of our VIPs. We have the Uganda ambassador to Tanzania here. That is retired Brigadier Fred Mwesije.
Yes,
thank you
for
so
coming.
much for being here with us. The Colonel, retired Fred Mwesije. We also have His Excellency Brigadier General Jules Indiho Kubwayo from Burundi, the Burundi ambassador to Uganda. Very nice to have you. Thank you so much.
Urakaza mtware.
wak. Jayuni ye. Eruba. Yoleng. Pililili. Yoleng. La gang mo paya. Yoleng mano karakara. Pililili. Yoleng. Elawa yawa yo. Yoleng mano wara wara. Pililili. Yoleng. La gang mo paya. Yoleng mano karakara. Pililili. Yoleng. Elawa yawa yo. Yoleng mano wara wara. Pililili. Yoleng. La gang mo paya. Yoleng mano karakara. Pililili. Yoleng. Elawa yawa yo. Yoleng mano wara wara. Ariya mo nigiriya. Lubaye kuya. Adwara mo nigidwara. Lubaye kuya. Mutero long mwana nigitweya. Lubaye kuya. Muwili wa bili nigitweya. Lubaye kuya. Kaan. Lubaye kwara. Beitema. Kaan. Oleye kwara. Beitema. Kaan. Lubaye kwara. Beitema. Kaan. Oleye kwara. Beitema. Kubaranya kwe nigidwara pin. Lubaye kuya. Igape kuma nigidwara pin. Lubaye kuya. Kuwilu makjay niginera. Lubaye kuya. Kutiero kwe niginera. Lubaye kuya. Kaan. Lubaye kwara. Beitema. Kaan. Oleye kwara. Beitema. Pililili. Yoleng. La gang mo paya. Yoleng mano karakara. Pililili. Yoleng. Elawa yawa yo. Yoleng mano wara wara. Pililili. Yoleng. La gang mo paya. Yoleng mano karakara. Pililili. Yoleng. Elawa yawa yo. Yoleng mano wara wara. Pililili. Yoleng. La gang mo paya. Yoleng mano karakara. Pililili. Yoleng. Elawa yawa yo. Yoleng mano wara wara. Lubaga yawa yo ngara loro paya. Yawa yo. Lubaga oro lwen ngara loro paya. Oro lwen doma. Lubaga yawa yo ngara loro paya. Yawa yo. Lubaga oro lwen ngara loro paya. Oro lwen doma. La merwe payrengen. Yoleng. The guy when you turn up payrengen. Yoleng. Umerwe payrengen. Yoleng. The guy when you learn your knee payrengen. Yoleng. Lubaba na tero kiti. Ye koya. Hello yawa yo. Lubaba montone. Ye koya. Hello yawa yo. Lubaba na tero kiti. Ye koya. Hello yawa yo. Lubaba montone. Ye koya. Hello yawa yo. Kaan. Lubaye kwara. Inkono. Kaan. Lubaye pira. Inkono. Kaan. Lubaye rura. Inkono. Kaan. Lubaye kwara. Inkono. Pililili. Yoleng. La gang mo paya. Yoleng mano karakara. Pililili. Yoleng. Elawa yawa yo. Yoleng mano wara wara. Pililili. Yoleng. La gang mo paya. Yoleng mano karakara. Pililili. Yoleng. Elawa yawa yo. Yoleng mano wara wara. Pililili. Yoleng. La gang mo paya. Yoleng mano karakara. Pililili. Yoleng. Elawa yawa yo. Yoleng mano wara wara.
right, all right, all right. Round of applause for the applause.
You have only 50 minutes, 5-0, for you to have a discussion with 7 panelists. I don't know how we'll do that, all right? He is the team leader at Mobility Bureau for the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat, Office of the President. He holds a Master's in Technology Innovation and a Bachelor's in Electrical Engineering from Makerere University, and is a Chartered Certified Marketing Management Professional. He combines engineering and marketing expertise with extensive experience in developing and commercializing innovations. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Alan Mohomuza.
Thank you so much, Maurice. And it's a pleasure to be here. I have a very difficult task of fitting this in 50 minutes, but I know my panelists have taken note. These are guys of action, so I'm sure they'll go straight to the point. So I'd like to invite my panelists without further ado. Engineer Ian John Kavuma, the CEO of eBus Express. Please come take your seat. Mr. Jakob Hornbach, CEO Gogo Electric. Mr. Daniel Dreher, CTO and co-founder of Zembo. Mr. Bruce Muchunguzi, the Deputy Profit Center Head, Spiro, Uganda. Mr. Geoffrey Mutabazi, the CEO, Kara. Mr. Richard Musani, the Head of Marketing and Business Development, WQ. And last but not least, the only lady on the panel, Ms. Carol Katunji, the Strategy and New Energies Manager, Total Energies. You're most welcome. So Uganda's e-mobility agenda represents a profound national transformation that is strategically designed to propel the nation's economic growth and fulfill its ambitious tenfold agenda. And since the inception of this strategic journey of e-mobility, the ecosystem has achieved significant quantifiable milestones that demonstrate a robust and viable path forward. The nation's local manufacturing capacity has produced a cumulative total of 37 electric buses, 12,500 electric motorcycles, 1,500 electric bicycles, with local content of up to 40%. The deployment of a foundational charging network is well underway with over 10 publicly accessible charging stations with DC fast chargers and close to 400 battery swapping stations now operational across the country. The market response has been equally compelling. A massive acceleration in vehicle uptake occurred in 2024, with over 80% of all electric and hybrid passenger vehicles registered since 2019 happening within that 1 year alone. This surge in adoption demonstrates growing consumer confidence and a clear market appetite for clean mobility solutions. This progress has been fueled by over $180 million investment, with government strategic capital injection providing the initial de-risking mechanism necessary to attract further private sector commitment. So this panel that I have today of this distinguished lady and gentlemen, I think e-mobility needs to work harder on the gender aspect. We're here to showcase these proven models that have delivered on these great milestones, to reflect upon what we have achieved and see where we are going. And these people in front of you are the ones that have realized the great milestones that I have just spoken about. The success is theirs. I think that deserves a round of applause. So I would like to begin my session by asking, I think I'll start with you, Ian. Today we are hosted by Kira Motors Corporation, and eBus Express has been a brainchild of Kira Motors Corporation, specifically addressing the need for mass transit solutions and off-taking this plant. The recently concluded census demonstrated that 96% of households don't own a vehicle, so they are relying on public transport. So could you kindly tell us what initiatives eBus Express has gotten into and what you project going forward and how we can realize the national e-mobility target of 15,000 electric buses deployed by 2040. No pressure.
Hello? Yes. Alan, thank you for the opportunity. Standing on all protocol that has been established, my fellow panelists, that's quite an interesting question, but let me start from this. eBus Express, as a venture, as a company, has been carefully established to address the pain points of these over 90% Ugandans who do not own their own means of transport and relying on public transport. We have been careful in coining this venture, and we've started off with a pilot here in Jinja because culture begins at home. So we've deployed over 9 electric buses in a space of under 10 months. And quite the statistics are interesting of a business that is even under a year, ferrying over 180,000 Ugandans in the area of Jinja, gunning over 250,000 green kilometers. But let's not really get into the statistics of just the company. What is the opportunity for the Ugandan? One, for us, we believe at eBus Express, we have 2 clients. The very first client is the daily commuter. A mother who is taking their child for their very first immunization. A trader, business trader, or a corporate like myself, going to work. We want eBus Express to be your solution. A clean, affordable, and dignified way of transport. That is eBus Express. 2 is the transport entrepreneur. Through our carefully woven franchising model, we are encouraging every Ugandan to partake of this opportunity. Just alone, Africa envisions over $6 billion in e-buses as a market. So this is by 2034. And we are saying, as eBus Express, with our outlook of over 1,500 electric vehicles, 260 DC fast chargers deployed in 14 cities of Uganda, we envision to transport over 12.5 million Ugandans. We are not stopping at the 180,000 just in Jinja, but we are spreading. But of course, this model we are operating is scalable. We are not just stopping in the 14 cities. We are also looking at areas like West Africa, South Africa, East Africa, of course, pushing even further to Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda. So again, as a continent, as a nation, even globally, the pain points are the same. But the solution here we have is eBus Express, where we guarantee you 0 revenue leakage and a positive return on your investment. As an off-taker for Kira Motors Corporation, again, the humble 1,500 buses is a 10% contribution to the national strategic goal. As a country, with our 10-fold multiplier by 2040, we have the ATMs, and one of them is science, technology, and innovation at the S. And Kira Motors Corporation, through eBus Express, we rightfully plug in there as we contribute to that 10% and even more. Thank you.
Yeah, the future is green, the future is now. I think now I'll pivot now to the first and last mile, because as we are developing a sustainable mass transit system, you know, the mass mobility is critical, but the bus won't take you home. Now, I'll come to you, Jakob. I know the journey of GoGo has been an exciting one, starting as an energy company. Well, I think you're still primarily an energy company, but getting into the two-wheeler space and the significant investment you have attracted, both in debt and equity, to build capacity, especially on the battery side, the battery pack production. I'm curious to know how that journey has been and what you prospect in the near future going forward.
Yeah, thank you, Alan, very much. My name is Jacob. So our journey on the battery side started as early as 2017, 2018, where we started building the first battery packs here in Uganda, and because we had no access to lithium-ion battery cells, we worked with the computer scrap dealers downtown, and we bought the old laptop battery packs, the ones that you plug from behind. Some of you may still remember them. And actually, most of these laptop battery packs, they contain 6 lithium-ion cells, 18650, same that Tesla uses. So we said, okay, let's recycle them and try to build battery packs. And we built a couple of battery packs, but yeah, making 10-year-old laptop battery cells work for e-mobility is not working. And so we put that aside, and then we started importing, our own cells. We had LG and Samsung and DMEGC and 10 Power and whatnot. So we experimented quite a lot. We started with a smaller battery than the one that we have today. And I think throughout that journey of, learning how to put lithium-ion battery packs together, high quality ones that also last and have a lot of power for the Boda guys to haul a lot of cargo. I think one of the most important things were that we did it here in Uganda, because that gave us very fast iteration cycles from the start. So, for example, let's say you put a battery together, give it out to the rider, and after one day the connectors lose or something, then we change the design so it cannot get loose again, fix that in literally 24 hours and have a next prototype on the road. Next day on the morning, and we don't test it in labs and climate chambers, and we test it on the road. We get the feedback directly from the customer. Does it work or does it not work? And it was a long journey, and where we have reached as of today is that we have a fairly professional and semi-automated lithium-ion battery pack production, where we do all the steps from cell testing over spot welding them together in modules and the final assembly of the battery pack. And goal is to be a little battery hub in East Africa, here in Uganda, and then for our neighboring countries as well. And we hope to grow bigger, but as of today we have a network of roughly 6,000 batteries out there, distributed across 150 charging stations and serving approximately 3,000 customers. That's how far we have reached, and there's an estimated 1 million motorcycles in this country, so there's still a very, very long way ahead of us. Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. Yeah, the market is indeed huge, and I know the players here are not even sufficient to meet it right now. So I want to go to Spiro. Bruce, Spiro has been on a rampant, aggressive expansion drive. How have you managed to do this, and how far have you gone, and what should we be expecting in the next few months?
Thank you, Alan, and the Kira Motors Corporation for this time and the opportunity of being on this podium and platform. So, last year, I remember in one of such fora, I made a statement, and it was, the reality is that for EV, the one key thing is to crack the code on access to charging infrastructure. We need to appreciate the fact that the ICE guys using fossil fuels, when he's going to buy a vehicle, the only thing on his mind, one, is the condition of the vehicle, if it's a second-hand car, not Cavera, brand new. Two, the mechanical expertise and access to the after-sales support in the market he's in. He never thinks about where he's going to be able to get energy from, right? Now, in EV space, the first question you'll ask you is, will you give me a charger? Does it charge itself? Okay, then where will I swap from? So To crack that code, the first thing is if you can demystify the access to charging infrastructure, you're like halfway there. The rest are the things that we all know in business. How do I position myself in a particular segment? How do I make it work in through and through? I'll say one of the biggest secrets has been leveraging partnerships. We've stuck where we know we are good at, which is setting up battery swap networks. Right now, Spiro has the second largest battery swap network in the world, doing 15 million swaps a day. No one beats us in that space globally. And in Uganda, as we speak now, we have up to 210 battery swap stations. We, by end of this year, should have crossed the 2,000 mark. And this is part of that aggressive drive. So the teething issues of ease of access to this network is what we are facing, and is what you continue to face as you hyperscale and get into this growth momentum. Today, because we were able to set up this network and bring convenience to the owners of electric vehicles, today we'll cross 10,000 bikes on the road in Uganda. This achievement, I think, has come in less than 15 months of operation. Without two things: one, that network; two, the partnerships, it wouldn't have happened. Of course, the third thing that we've been able to solve as Spiro is set up a manufacturing plant with a capacity of 400 units daily coming off the ramp. So those three will take you a long way in getting to achieve these goals, and the rest is what every other business entity will face. Yeah, but we have to appreciate the fact that the government of the day and the community, the electric mobility community, has continuously lobbied for better terms of trade, the incentives and all those. With these, we now are able to bring to our clients, the partners, the benefits of lower costs of ownership, lower operating costs, which of course will translate into a better day home and a change and improvement in their lifestyle. So I think that's what Spiro is up to, and we keep on trying to improve people's livelihoods through large-scale electrification of mobility. Thank you.
Well done, well done. I think you mentioned something important about the swapping network being critical. And I know, Zembo, you've been working on a very exciting project of a swapping cabinet that has been locally designed, integrating all these players to ease and to enable the scalability to be much easier. Could you share a bit more on how far you've gone with that project and what the journey looks like?
Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Alan. Yeah, the journey of our automated swap cabinet was quite an extensive one. Of course, the first question you get from investors is like, hey, this technology is available. Why are you not buying it in China? You bring it to Uganda, you deploy it. I think everybody here in the room understands that the challenges of the Ugandan grid and the Chinese grid are a little bit different. We are facing in Uganda blackouts all the time. We are facing brownouts. We have voltages somewhere between 100 and 300 volts. I'm quite sure Jacob, Bruce, everybody here sees that on their energy meters. Plus also unique challenges in terms of internet availability, mobile money integrations, and so on. So we went ahead and thought, hey, I think we can design this locally. So we put a bunch of young talented engineers and coders on this project, and had, after I think 2 months of soldering stuff together, a working prototype. And funny enough, our biggest challenge was the metalworks. We see Sembo as an energy company. I always joke that we are competition to Total. not to Yamaha or Bajaj. But we also strongly believe in partnerships. For the ones who did the factory tour, you see the cabinets, the metalwork being done here at Shira Motors right now. You see them deployed at Total stations, and more are coming like this. We are working on the integration with Kara to also charge electric bicycles. So we see Sembo more as a platform and as an energy company. There are more and more OEMs interested to use our infrastructure now, because it is adapted and it is resilient. And I'm very proud to say that all the codes were written in Uganda. It's Ugandan steel. Yes, the chips are not coming from here for now. I don't know if Innovex is in the room, most likely. And I think this is the beauty about Uganda. Uganda has a challenge of being landlocked. It's very hard to produce and to export from here, because certain raw materials you first need to import. Let that be BMSs, cells, and so on. But I think here's an ecosystem coming together in East Africa to position the country really as an e-mobility hub. And this is very, very interesting and nice to see.
Excellent. So you can see the collaboration and the synergies that are being created within the ecosystem, and that's exactly the success that we are extremely proud of, that has enabled us to even be here and have these conversations. So Carol, there was a honorable mention by Daniel. There's a collaboration happening with you, and I know you have been also pursuing Total Energies, even had to rebrand to look at the forward, to look at to be forward-looking in terms of sustainable energy. So what is Total currently doing on the side of charging infrastructure and leveraging these collaborations that you've built, and what should we be expecting from you soon?
Thank you, Alan. For us at Total Energies, being a multi-energy company with over 200 stations countrywide, we are leveraging our existing infrastructure to deploy EV charging stations. We are ensuring that there is clean mobility and alternative energy solutions available to all motorists, including border riders, fleet operators, and any Ugandan who relies on transport to make a living. Last year, we installed our first public EV charger at one of our stations on Wampeo Avenue, and it is currently free to the public. And also, at about the same time, through a partnership, we also deployed a direct electric bike charging solution at the same station. And recently, early this month, we launched our first battery swapping station through a partnership with Zembo. It is at one of our stations at Nakawa. So for us, leveraging the service stations it makes it easier for us to go forward, because we already have this infrastructure and it is already an established route for motorists. So you're not asking them to go to a new place. And also we see that service stations are always accessible and provide a secure environment. Someone can go there at any time to charge or swap their battery, while also accessing other services at the station. So we do believe that having a charging infrastructure that is well developed is key to the advancement of this ecosystem, and we remain committed to its development. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carol. Yeah, we applaud Total Energies for being that visionary and integrating the ecosystem very deeply. Now I want to come to you, Geoffrey. So I've been looking at the two-wheelers, and the two-wheelers were normally used to the motorcycles. I spent a few years in Kabare, Kabale was well known for having the cycling bicycles, which was interesting because it's a hilly area, but the bicycles were many. Now you come in with an interesting product that is electrifying that bicycle. So what key niche market are you looking at, and what contribution has this had in our transition to e-mobility?
Thank you so much, Alan. So electric bicycles, interestingly, probably present the largest opportunity for scale in the mobility value chain in terms of volume. About 30% of Ugandan households actually rely on bicycles for transportation. That translates to about 9 to 10 million Ugandans using bicycles. So despite the fact that you see a lot of motorcycles, there are a whole lot of, I think when we went to Petete, the trading center before Petete was full of bicycles. When you walk in, you find so many people using bicycles. So I would say this is a product that is bringing mobility to the 99% that are underserved. However, what an electric bicycle does is not just get you from point A to B. People are not only using electric bicycles for personal transportation, but they're also using them for commerce. So if you've moved around the streets in Kampala, you've seen a lot of people using electric bicycles for food delivery. That is actually, in my opinion, just the tip of the iceberg. When you go downtown, you'll find a lot of the small businesses transporting eggs, transporting beer, transporting water, soda. A lot of the products, the consumables that are consumed in our market are through the informal markets and informal trade. And a lot of the last mile for getting those products to those businesses is done using bicycles or tuk-tuks, but particularly dominated by bicycles. Now, on the other end, agriculture is the backbone of, economy. And despite the fact that motorcycles are really ubiquitous, we don't have a lot of motorcycles in agriculture. Doing the last mile transportation, it's mostly trucks. But when you look at the majority of the farmers in Uganda, it is mostly smallholder farmers. How are these smallholder farmers able to transport their produce, 100 kilograms of coffee, 50 liters of milk? They are definitely going to use a bicycle and not a motorcycle or a truck because of the volume and the cost. Now, what we've seen in the market is that even when you go to places like Kabale, you have people transporting milk in the morning. You get to the road going to Katuna, to the border with Rwanda, and you'll find at about 6:30 or 7, about a month ago, I was cycling across that road, and you have a whole fleet of milk transporters transporting milk from deep in the farms to milk collection centers. That's the actual potential of bicycles. It's able to move the economy, not just in the urban areas, but in the 99% of the people who really need mobility at the last mile and the first mile. So the last mile meaning products after being produced, after you get your milk from the farm, you get it to the milk collection center, you process it into yogurt. That yogurt then leaves a wholesaler or a processing plant and goes to a small shop using a bicycle. And that's what e-mobility is able to do to bridge that gap.
Indeed, and I see a very strong linkage and opportunity with the parish development model that at the household level to enhance productivity. Now, allow me to lastly come to you, Richard. So the passenger vehicle segment, most people I'm sure came driving or came on the bus. Now that segment has still seen some growth, but there's still more opportunity for growth. And I know WQ is looking at how we can play in that space to become a net source of also electric passenger vehicles. So could you share a bit on your journey on how far you've gone in making us a hub for passenger vehicle manufacturing in Uganda.
Thank you, Alan. I think for the benefit of our listeners, Double Q is an authorized distributor for 4 core brands. Our first brand is Sinotrack, which is known by many of us, which is the range of heavy commercial and light commercial trucks. The other brands are XCMG, road construction equipment, and the third is Heli forklifts, and the fourth is GWM passenger vehicles. For purposes of this particular conversation, we'll focus on the GWM passenger vehicles. GWM is a leading brand in China, the passenger vehicle market. But also for purposes of the listeners today, it's one of the global leading automobile brands that has put high priority and high focus on electric vehicles. It is actually championing the EV mobility across the globe. Why am I saying that? For example, the models that are being manufactured for the African market currently, all the trims, the model variants have a hybrid version in them. And that's why as Double Q, Alan, our focus has really been selection of this type of brand because it speaks to the problems that we have as a country in Uganda. So Uganda, for purposes of the listeners, we import about 40,000 used cars. And we consume about 3,000 to 4,000 brand new vehicles. And when I talk about used cars, we are talking about used Japanese imports. And when I talk about brand new, I'm talking about 4,000 units that are retailed by the dealers. And these are also imports. So you can imagine the type of problem that we have as a country. One, of course, is the high impact that we are having on our environment, because when we're talking about used vehicles, we are talking about the carbon economy. Second of all, is also to say that if all the 44,000 are imported vehicles, then there's a big disservice to this country in terms of local job creation. And that's why I want to thank for this particular forum, Ministry of Science, the Mobility Unit, as well as Kira Motors, for championing an agenda to seeing how this country can slowly begin to change focus from importation to encouraging local assembly. And as Double Q, we are the leading in this particular agenda. We recently, about 3 years, launched an assembly line for commercial vehicle trucks, and I've gone into phase 2 to now launch a line which is for passenger vehicles. And this is going to an increased level of automation, of course, with a lot of quality control from the original equipment manufacturer, GWM. And our target is a key focus on that particular market, 40,000 vehicles that we are importing in this country. And to start that agenda, of course, we are already retailing these electric vehicle models here. So we have the Aura, which we are exhibiting outside here, which is fully electric. And of course, it gives you, on a full charge, about 400 to 500 kilometers of road. And then we have also introduced a plug-in hybrid electric vehicle, which is called a Haval. And this, of course, because of the limitations in terms of the charging infrastructure that Caro on the Total side had begun to allude to. So we thought of offering a solution, interim, that gives a combination of you using both electric as well as hybrid. The most important aspect of this is that now these will be locally assembled. And of course, why we are locally assembling them is to deal with aspects of increased job creation for Ugandans, one aspect. Secondly, we want to deal with the issue to do with how do we give back to Uganda by way of the carbon economy. And thirdly, we of course know that we lose a lot of forex as a country when we begin to focus on importing all these vehicles. And this is our agenda. That's what we are going to be doing. We have already begun to have conversations with partners in China to set up solar charging infrastructure network across the country. Because again, you can't assemble EV vehicles without charging infrastructure. So we are focusing on the network of charging infrastructure, looking at solar, but of course also looking at electricity, so that Ugandans are able to freely access these vehicles, but also get supported in terms of the charging infrastructure across the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Yeah, indeed, exciting things are happening, very exciting things. So all the products of these companies, you can experience them at the exhibition. You can even do test drives. So feel free at your discretion to go and have further interactions. So I would like to open it up to the audience for questions. I see a hand there. If someone could help take the microphone around. I think since there, I'll take 4. So 1, was there another hand there? No, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I see 3 hands. Please proceed.
Hi,
you can say your name and then.
Yes, my name is Boubacar Sial, co-founder of Baku Motors. My question and Bruce Spiro, what is the future in Uganda, fast charging or swapping system? And what is the future? What do you think in the next 5 years? The future of the battery system is the swapping system or fast charging? And my question on Total, Carol, how is the plan to install AC and DC charger station in the next 5 years? Thank you.
Okay, so Bruce, the question was, is the future fast charging or swapping? Yeah.
Thank you.
Question number 2. There's a hand there.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Isaac Adams, and I'm a Quality Improvement Officer for AIM Corporate Wellbeing, and we look at occupational health and safety. So my question goes to the e-bus and also the Spyro. What safety issues have you so far experienced in production and also in use? And how have you come to overcome it and the challenges around it? Thank you.
Right, one more there.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chiraba Joel, a student at Makerere University Jinja campus. So I have 2 questions. The first one is, how are you dealing with the inconsistent power supply in Uganda? For those of you who are already establishing charging infrastructure in Uganda. Then the second question is, have you thought about the possibility of cooperating together in order to establish a standard? I mean to say, for example, Q may be importing cars which are using a certain charging standard, for which Total is providing charging infrastructure, and their standard of chargers is very much different from that. And it also goes to the people who are dealing with the 2-wheelers. Are you establishing something where standards, let's say, are similar in any way? Let's say a battery which works for Gogo could probably work for Spyro as well. Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, I think that question will be for all of you, so you can prepare to respond. Is there anyone more? All right, I think that is it. So I would like to, I think we can merge this. I will learn from Mr. Katama from panel 1. So we will do the part, you respond and then give your parting shots. So we can start from Richard coming this way.
I think the issue was how do we deal with the power and reliability that this country has? And I think I had alluded to that in my earlier communication, that of course, other than the looking at the main grid in terms of power supply, there are various solutions. Like for example, GWM as a brand has a lot of partnerships with the solar-enabled charging infrastructure. So there's going to be both options. And of course, this is supposed to allow the adequacy of distribution across the country, so that there's more reliability in terms of you being able to access a charging point for your vehicles. I think parting shots on my side, to thank Kira Motor Corporation and the Ministry of Science for putting together this type of session. And of course, growing the conversation on this EV mobility. It is the direction that this country needs to take, both into the future, because across the developed country markets, they are way far. And of course, Africa needs to also walk this particular talk so that we are all at par. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. I seem to be the only one who doesn't have a challenge with charging infrastructure that much. I mean, the only charging infrastructure I need is the power plug in your home, and you can charge your electric bicycle. However, we've also had challenges, for example, with customers who are in rural areas. So in these cases, we've actually partnered with mini grid operators who have set up mini grids and can actually charge the batteries on behalf of our customers. So this has really helped, at least with increasing off-grid energy consumption. But then we've also realized that the electric bicycle battery or the e-mobility battery can also be a solution for this power problem in Uganda. So I think we're one of the first electric bicycle, I think it's the second in the world, the second electric bicycle company to integrate our electric bicycle battery with a home power system that you can use both in portable situations to basically power an irrigation pump, power your home, power your small appliances, power your phone. So e-mobility can also be a solution to the infrastructure, energy and erratic energy blackouts. And in terms of my parting shot, I would say I would urge everyone attending the e-mobility summit or Expo to not just look on while the future is being shaped. The least you can do is purchase an e-mobility product, or at the very least, take part in the industry, either as talent, as financiers, as advisors, as service providers. There's a lot of gaps in the e-mobility sector as we grow, and I think it's very important if we all come in. You are part of the 1% that actually even knows e-mobility is happening or is being built in Uganda or even in Africa. So looking on and just observing and being observers might not serve you right, but actually participating and purchasing or even adding yourselves to the value chain will actually help us move the needle. Thank you so much.
So to the question of what will be the future 5 years from now, is it the charger, fast charging and battery swaps? I believe that both will remain. Finally, there will be a place of equilibrium as penetration and access increases. The reason is very clear. They complement each other. You will one day be on a journey and find there's no fast charger, but you can quickly change your battery and continue going into wherever you're going. Or at times, you just need a little bit of energy and don't have the time to spend, or you have the time to spend waiting for it to charge up. So those two will continue, but equilibrium will be found as we approach that point of sufficient access to both solutions. Then on the question of safety, we at Spiro took safety seriously. First, before a rider gets onto the road, they are first trained on proper behavior on the road. That happens at our outlets, and we give them a small instruction manual along with a customer letter. So this is the first step. You can't do everything in one day or in one go, but that's the beginning for them to appreciate how this works for them. Secondly, when you look at the design of our bikes, of Spiro bikes, they have safety features like ABS systems. So with whichever way you tap and hold the brakes, you're going to be able to stop without causing an accident. And a lot of safety is around these bikes. Secondly, because they're automatic. You don't need to know how to manipulate a gear All you need is to just turn it on and get riding and know how to stop it. So there's a lot of safety around the braking system and sensors to ensure that the machine is not going to be manipulated or able to move if everything that is required for it to be in its right place is not. So this has made it much better in terms of safety for our riders and even for the customers that they carry. When you come to our state-of-the-art factory, without safety, you can't go far with in this kind of space. So there is everything from the training of the employees to the signage that is required and the continuous drills that they have to go through. In Spiro, we have a whole section, a whole vertical for health and safety. Because without health and safety, you're not going to be able to last long in this space. The damage and loss of life is unimaginable. Also, back to the road, for clarity, 85% of road accidents come from handling. They're usually caused by the operator. That is why training is going to always be the first point of call when you're trying to get safety high up in the minds of the riders, or the employees, or the machine operators, whoever it is. So, yeah, that is it for me. And finally, I would like to, on behalf of Spiro, the Spiro community, the riders, and the organization at large, to appreciate this opportunity. I know for sure that this scale of Spiro, and even in the mobility sector, wouldn't be possible without a hand-in-glove relationship with the government and with Kira Motors Corporation, the Presidential CEO Forum, that have literally handheld this sector. I remember last year we were pushing for many benefits in one of the PCA forum, and the question was, how many bikes are on the road? And you just keep quiet and humbly walk away. But now we can confidently say, bring it on, we need your support, roll out all those incentives, and we're good to go. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure being here.
I think let me take the topic of interoperability, which was here from Mr. Isaac, if I'm not mistaken. Now here, around standards, I see standards being restrictive towards innovations. Right now you see basically a Spiro battery, a Sambo battery, or a GoGo battery not fitting on the same motorcycle. But you also see that petrol doesn't go into a diesel car. The same goes for kerosene. So the bigger question will be at some point, is it possible to work here together on several form factors, or does it make more sense to work on infrastructure together so that you come to one specific place and you can access the different networks at the same time? And I think this will be the first question. Because if we look globally onto the market, we don't see this yet. We don't see this happening in Europe, we don't see this happening in Asia, that there is one standard battery which fits all, because it would not allow future developments in that sector. And as everybody knows, the battery developments are not at the end of the innovations. There's a new technology coming out every second day almost, so it's going to be challenging. It will happen, but it will not happen in the next 5 years.
Any parting shots? Was that your parting shot?
Come again?
Was that your parting shot?
Yes.
Okay.
Mic check. I hope you're still together. Let me take on a question from Mr. Isaac from AIM Corporate. The question about the safety considerations or the issues faced both in production and in use. As eBus Express, together with Kira Motors Corporation, speaking to electric vehicles, I would boldly, with my chest open, literally, say we've experienced none, but that doesn't say there aren't any. So we are cognizant of the risk of the business we operate. Let me speak to two. One is the electric shocks, and then the other would be the thermal runaways or the electric fires. So for us at Kira Motors Corporation, again, looking at the proactiveness of safety, we run our operations on the ISO 45001. That one speaks to operational health and safety. But of course, we've also encouraged and enrolled in active, safety trainings, such as the NEBOSH. So we do quarterly general training in safety, but also we run daily toolbox talks. Now, these do not stop at production, but also we push these ones into operation of eBus Express. So before deployments, we ensure that these daily toolbox talks are done right at the end of a total 360 20-point pre-driving inspection of the equipment. Then let me speak to the danger of thermal runaways and the EV fires. It is well known that for an EV fire, it can easily reach up to 2,700 degrees Celsius. Let me bring this point home. Water boiling is at 100 degrees Celsius, and none of us wants to touch it. So basically, at a scale of over 27 times, you're literally back to the carbon nature of yourself. So this is an extreme danger. So meaning, at Kira Motors Corporation, who is our technology partner, during design, there is an integration of a self-deploying automatic fire extinguishing system right at the battery pack. So in case of any sensing of a such, because we all know an electric vehicle fire starts with smoke, and there is no smoke without fire. So there is heat when you look at the fire triangle. So basically, we mitigate at that source. In the event that there is that runaway, of course, we have each of our products is fit with a minimum of 2 5-kilogram DCP fire extinguishers. So in togetherness with the extensive training, we have the proactive systems on board. My closing remarks and parting. To the delegation that has chosen to attend this one, we are extremely humbled and honored for your time. But again, I encourage you that this is just at the tip and the iceberg. We call upon the policymakers, the bankers, the insurers. Let's build this e-mobility as we turn Uganda into the net source of mobility solutions for Africa and beyond. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, you're most welcome. Jakob?
Is there a question that has not yet been answered? Parting shots. Maybe then I'll just revisit the question from our visitor, battery swapping or fast charging. I believe it's going to be, the majority is going to be battery swapping. Why? Battery swapping is more gentle on the grid, right? It's like 10x, 100x less aggressive for the grid, because you take your time charging the batteries. And even, let's say, within a 5-hour period, 2 times the power goes off for 30 minutes. At the end of the day, you still have 4 hours of charging in your battery. The battery in itself is also an energy storage, meaning if power's on for 4 hours and then it goes off, you still have fully charged batteries in your substation. You can give them out for an hour, power comes back, and you're fine. So what we are seeing is that the distribution grid is a bottleneck, and fast charging just creates crazy peaks, and then after that is nothing. And what we rather need is, pull that power out very constantly. So coming from that angle, independent of the choice of the company what to push, I think swapping is more compatible with our grid. And the grid is not magically going to change over the next couple of years. Yeah.
Thank you, Alan. My answer to the question will be the same as my closing remarks, which is what next? So for us, the first batch of EV chargers that we brought, which is, you can see one outside on display. So for those ones which are for four-wheelers, the first batch is to be installed in the stations on routes that have been determined based on customer needs. But also we will continue to observe, because today the adoption rate for four-wheelers is still growing. So today I cannot confirm to you what, let's say in 3 years, what we will have done exactly. We continue to watch as the adoption rate increases. However, on the side of partnerships for two-wheelers, for this one, we will move very quickly depending on the locations that we will determine together with our partners. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause. Thank you to my panelists for being such a superb and very engaging. Thank you to all of you for being amazing and for the feedback received. The conversations can continue beyond this panel. Have I done a good job? Crystal?
You've done an amazing job.
Thank you.
Please, round of applause for Alan Muhumuzao, our moderator, and to all our panelists as well. Round of applause for them. Thank you so much. I'd like to ask you to remain on stage because we would like to just hand over a token of appreciation, courtesy of Kira Motors Corporation. So we've been talking about the souvenirs, and of course we have the model buses. So we are very happy to hand that over. I'd like to invite Honorable Alex Leon Samba to do us the honors of handing over this gift. He's from the Committee on Science, Technology and Innovation, of course, Parliament of Uganda. So if I could ask our panelists to stand to receive.
And then we'll have the photo, right, after that?
Yes, right after that. So token of appreciation to all of you. You did a wonderful job. Round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. Talking about the state of the national e-mobility ecosystem. Very insightful, lots to take away. And I'm sure that there's lots that we can all work with, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, thank you, thank you again to our panelists. And to our moderator as well.
Now we can have a photo, right?
Yes, we can. And again, we'll have the lady in the center of all the gentlemen.
Yes.
Are we ready to our photographer? We're good? Big smiles if possible. Thank you. You may
Thank you so
return
much.
to your
Thank you
seats.
so much, Alan and the panel. Can we give them another warm hand clap, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you, Honorable, for doing us the honors of awarding our panelists and moderator. Christo, while we were at it, they also like to call her Mama Science, the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovations, the
Is here
Honorable
with us.
Dr. Monica Msenero. Can we give her a warm hand clap, ladies and gentlemen?
You're most welcome. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us.
Mama Science.
Mama Science.
Mama Science.
We look forward to hearing from you, but we now know that it's always nice to have some music to lift spirits and to take a short break from the conversation. So we have someone very talented, a Ugandan who is magical with his saxophone.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Happy Chaze.
Thank you. My name is Happy Chaze. Happy means happiness. Chaze means something has come. So happiness has come to you. Well, the songs I'm going to do this afternoon are 90% they are my original songs. And the first song is called Emirembe. Emirembe means peace. Peace. And please enjoy this song. Let's do it again. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, bringing to you the Sax Lion, Happy Johnson!
Thank you. Let me do my last song. Emma, just a minute. The next song, I tried to compose a song that the whole world can sing. The Chinese, the Japanese, the Zimbabweans, all the whole world. Emma, Akadodi. And well, I want to test your musicality. It's called an answer song. I'm going to play, then you answer. The answer is yeah when I play. Yeah. Yeah. Can you try it? Can you try it? Aha. Let's go. Come on. Thank you.
Oh, my. Yay! Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our saxophonist, Happy Chaze. I have to say, I recently hosted a jazz concert, and Happy was one of the guest performers. And it was pointed out that you cannot have a truly talented saxophonist if they do not have shiny shoes or a shiny jacket. So I'm very glad you represented. Round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me now to just recognize the presence of some of the members of parliament who joined us today. Honorable Leku Joel for Terego West constituency. Yes. Honorable Feta Joffrey from Ayivu. Honorable Kubere Ketia James from Bunya. There you are. Thank you so much for being here. Honorable Wambede Safe from Mbale City. Nice to see you. We have Honorable Waliomu Moses from Kagoma here with us. Honorable Dr. Abuka Okulo from Lamo. Yes, hello.
You saw him dancing, right?
Yes, we saw him dancing earlier with Baraka.
Honorable Minister, we have video evidence he was dancing earlier today.
Yes. And Honorable Ezama Siraji Brahan from Aringa County. Thank you so much for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're all well. I hope that after a nice big lunch, we have now woken up and we're ready to get into our next panel discussion. But before we do, I would like to recognize our amazing sponsors.
Yes.
And of course, say thank you again, starting with Britam Insurance. Again, who are the underwriters for the EV buses. Round of applause.
Round of applause for Britam, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, indeed. And of course, we have Absa Bank as well. Please give them a round of applause.
Big round of applause.
So, ladies and gentlemen, to all our sponsors, we want to say thank you again and again. We have CHTC Motor Company as well. Round of applause. Liberty Insurance, thank you so much for your support. We have Doshi. We have Liquid Telecom and Oaks Ridge Hospitality. Thank you for your continued support. Ladies and gentlemen, it now gives me great pleasure to invite the Minister for Science, Technology and Innovation from the Office of the Prime Minister. That is
Office of the President, my dear.
Of the President.
Yeah,
Thank you, Morris.
She might not pay us. She may not pay us.
Dr. Musenero, you are most welcome. Thank you so much for being here.
Honorable Minister Godfrey Kabyanga, State Minister for ICT, Honorable Alex Nyonsaba, STI Committee Chair, the members of the Presidential Affairs Committee, as have been mentioned. Ladies and gentlemen, those are my two committees. I'm so proud that you're here today. I'm so happy that you are here today. Other members of Parliament present, the Deputy ED, KCCA, Deputy Representative of UNDP, our guests from USA, Europe, Tunisia, Nigeria, Ghana, Tanzania, South Africa, Ambassador Fred Mwesije, our ambassador to Tanzania, all the distinguished CEOs and key players in the e-mobility industry, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome, welcome. First, I apologize. I was supposed to give my keynote speech in the morning, but unfortunately, I have not yet innovated the technology to make me be in two places at a time. Watch the space, it is coming, but not yet in view. So thank you so much for being so courteous and allowing me to come and give my thoughts as we celebrate the second e-mobility Expo on the African continent. It is a great privilege, a really, really great privilege to stand here in this facility, because I stood here when it was not there. But it gives me great pleasure to welcome you to this National E-Mobility Expo. This is a gathering that transcends the boundaries of a simple conference, the boundaries of a simple expo. I think I have earned some bragging rights. Have I? I have earned some bragging rights. And so, I am the first African minister to give a keynote speech at an e-mobility expo. How about that? And truthfully, I stand here awed to see how not only this place has been transformed, but how the e-mobility trajectory in Uganda has changed and how it has grown. Now, if you want my speech, please record me. I have this evil tendency to deviate from what I've written down. So if you want my speech at the end, keep it on record and you'll get the true script. So before I delve into really matters directly pertaining to this expo and what it stands for Africa, allow me just delve into a few principles which I think have undergirded the journey and which I think can provide wheels for us to ride on as we build this industry on the continent. The first one is the concept of the dynamics of vision. We are all familiar with the concept of having a vision and how it is important for us. And we all know that vision is a very, very powerful driver of what we ought to achieve. And it has the ability to send us to destinies that did not exist when we started, and drive us further than we ever imagined. But what I want to talk about is the travel of vision. You know, when you conceive a vision, you are imagining something that is not real to many people. It's real to you, it's not real to many people. In order for that vision to be implemented, you need more than one person. And usually, transmitting vision from one person to the other is the most difficult exercise. But by nature, vision runs like a relay. You know those races where you run and give a stick And at each relay point, at each handover point, it is going into multiple people because it is growing. So you must ignite different people to buy into what you want to achieve. And those start amount to subvisions, components of the vision. And I can tell you, so much can go wrong. So much can go wrong because you can never implement a vision without passing it on to other people. But I want you to think for a moment, that vision which we talk about in strategic planning and development, it draws its parallel from the vision of the site that we see. And when you're looking in a place, how far you see is going to depend on the status of your site. So when you get a vision, whether it will ignite others, it depends on how far you see. But we also need to be mindful that in the world, people have different levels of vision. We have the normal, I put it in quotes, it's a range of vision that people see. Then we have the short-sighted, like me. We see just close by. Then we have the long-sighted. They don't see what's near, they see what is far. And then we have the blind. They don't see. So as we conceive vision for e-mobility and we pass it on across the continent, we need to be mindful that all of those people have a right to be here. They have a right to be on earth. The normal-sighted, the short-sighted, the long-sighted, and the blind. Now, our task is to judge whom do we hand the baton to run. Because I can tell you that for us to reach here in the vision in Uganda of e-mobility, it has been a few points of handing over. It has been handing over. His Excellency, the President, had this vision for a long time. But every baton, every person he tried to hand it over, dropped the baton. And that's the worst thing that can happen to a relay team. That while you're running, the one you are handing over the baton drops it. Then the entire team fails. But at a certain point, at a certain time T, he found a professor called Professor Tikodre. And although he didn't know whether he could carry it on, he picked up the baton. And when Professor Tikodre had run, he handed it over to a set of his students, led by Paul Musasizi. And then he reached a certain point to realize that if this baton is going to keep moving and reach a point of amplification, he needed another runner. And he found Musenero. He tried a few, but he found. And down the road, Musenero finds Alan. And we find and we pass on. For us to reach here, ladies and gentlemen, what we have here, it has taken concerted effort, consistent effort. I wish I could tell you Sorry, my members of parliament, they are here. Thank you very much for the support. But there are times when we would want to cry because the vision has not been well communicated. All people with types of vision have capacity to see if you correct their vision. The normal sighted ones, you give them binoculars so that they see far. The short-sighted one, you give them correcting glasses. The long-sighted ones, you give them correcting glasses. The blind, you give them capacity to see through the means that they have. And today when I look around the room, I think we have done well. I think we have done well. We have a team that is spanning policymakers, that is spanning members of parliament, that is spanning technical people, that is spanning more than Chira Motors, that is spanning e-mobility across. And the fire has ignited. So the dynamic of vision to move. The second concept I would like to share how we have understood it. How I'm describing is how I envision things. That is how I see. When I talk to somebody and they have not understood, I know the onus is on me to help that person to see what I am seeing. The second one is the power of ideology. Now, ideology is sometimes not taken seriously on this continent. But ideology refers to that consistent, coherent system of thought that provides our vision a reality. Because I can tell you so many people envision seeing great things, but without a consistent ideology, they drop the baton on the way. They drop the dream on the way. They get sidetracked. So having that consistent ideology that takes you to the end that you have seen, to the reality, and prescribes how we handle resources, how we make choices. You need to have a well thought through way of thinking. It should not be, you should not be deviated by challenges, by opposition, by alternatives, unless you judge that they move by the way that you want to think. An ideology must be systematic. It must be value-driven. It should not be because Msenero wants this. It should not be because Paul Msasi needs this. It should not be because Zembo wants this or Kara wants this. It should be principle-based and values-driven. Where do you want to take this industry? And seductive means come along the way. A lot of suggestions, a lot of options. An ideology gives you a means to be able to judge whether this is yours or not. An ideology helps you to bear the breathlessness when you're climbing up a steep mountain and when you're going down a sharp slope. And you keep going. And so, a movement like the e-mobility on the continent needs a consistent ideology. Whether you're from Uganda, you're from USA, you're from Nigeria, you're from Tanzania, we need a collective way to think about the journey that we are walking. It will give us a consistent interpretation of what we see, of what we experience, of what we build, so that each one of us, you are able to see your role very clearly and make it consistent. It's an ideology which makes River Nile flow from the source at Jinja and it takes it to Cairo. If you ever want to understand the concept of ideology, along the way, the River Nile meets a lot of obstacles. It transforms the obstacles into opportunities. So are we defining our ideology? We had the first e-mobility Expo. This is the second one. And a number of you were here before. And you have been in other exhibitions. What are we defining for ourselves as an ideology? I want to give you a few pointers as starters, and you will add on your own. Firstly, ladies and gentlemen, it's about economy. It's about economy. Like all industries, we need to know that e-mobility is about economy. E-mobility is one, let me say mobility in general, is one of the largest sectors of economies globally. It creates industries of industries. It creates jobs. It opens opportunities. It provides technology which helps solve challenges of populations across the globe. Don't you let anybody convince you that green mobility is first and foremost about anything else. We need to orient ourselves properly. Green mobility is a climate issue, yes, but it is a way of us building economies while protecting the climate. I have seen ideologies that try to push that out of the way and pave way for easier access so that we shall just access vehicles. Does it build the economy? That approach, as the minister, I encounter a lot of proposals for policy change. Before you come, ask, does that build the economy of Uganda? Show me the money. Show me the money. And I want us to be bold on the African continent to ask for where is the money? Hello? Where is the money in what we are doing? If you are eager and hungry to access green mobility without answering that question, you're a traitor. The second ideological orientation is for us to have identity, dignity, and sovereignty. Once we have our eyes on the money, then we need to put in place systems, things that attract the money. And those three attract money, dignity. We should not settle to manufacturing e-mobility tools that are shameful to us. We should stand beside our products very proud. In my first year as minister, I used to tell people that when we start succeeding and putting products on the market, I want every Ugandan to stand and just put on a chip on their shoulder and says, check me out, that is Ugandan. I hope as you walked through today, you are having those moments. This is Ugandan. Tanzania should say, yeah, this is. We should be able to say, this is African. We are proud of it. We are choosing it. We are pushing it so that people do not associate us with undignified things. The second one is identity. One of my proudest moments is when Mr. Paul Musasi called me and told me, Honorable, we have got vehicle identification number. Vehicle identification number, VIN. And I've never stopped talking about it. Because we now have identity. So I wish to ask all the players, do you have your VIN? All of us exhibiting there. And where is it reading? Is it reading Africa? Or it is not our identity? VIN. All of you e-mobility players, let us target that you work towards getting your localized VIN before Expo 3. And we'll start giving good awards for it. The e-mobility players, you don't want awards. Or you don't want to commit to getting VINs. Then sovereignty, ownership, technology ownership is necessary for us. Now the good thing with the e-mobility, it is so wide. It is so wide, and sovereignty comes in so many ways. So the purpose of us, of defining the flow of money, wherever the money is flowing, that's where sovereignty sits. So please, let us work towards that. The third one, ideology, is building systems. Systems rule the world, if you want to know. Right from the biological you to communications just in this room, it's systems. If I have here just this microphone and any of the components is broken, you will not hear. So on this continent, we have wanted to take shortcuts without building systems. You can access money without building systems, but it's going to be limited and it's going to be short-lived. Can we focus on making sure we build systems? What you see here is an effort for us to build systems, to make functional systems. It takes you a bit longer. Sometimes it's annoying. Sometimes it is frustrating. But once established, a system assures us of consistent results. So as we work as a venture here, a venture across the continent, and we are working from transforming knowledge as science to building economies, and we are working to building markets, I would like to quote my president, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. He says, our unity is not a luxury. Our unity is because of our common interests, that we have access to a big market. so that whatever I produce here, my brother from Tanzania, from Zambia, from everywhere can buy it. But I also can buy something of equal value from that person. So can we look into systems that will help us to interconnect and have mutually beneficial business systems, mutually beneficial manufacturing systems, mutually beneficial payment systems? The moment you skew it, it's a matter of time. The ones whom you are draining, we may follow you for a while, but it's just a matter of time, and rebellion will come. It may be soft rebellion, it may be hard rebellion. The fourth ideology is about collaboration. Africa, it's not time to compete. What are you competing with anyway? It's time to interconnect. It's time to collaborate. When you come here and see this factory, what you should be asking is, how do I collaborate? I've seen situations when we bring here guests and they come, they look, and when they go back home, they want to duplicate. They don't know that this facility is standing on a foundation of deep sweat and tears and frustration and overcoming barriers. And because for them, they have come and found it here like this, they do not see that, and after a while, they begin to say it doesn't work. This industry needs a value chain, a supply chain. If you can find something that you can supply and become so good at it, you are going to benefit more than you struggling through replicating it. You can actually build a big supply chain by contributing, finding something, and become very good at it. So our ideology should be of collaboration, of interconnection, of interreliance, and interdependence, not sabotage or competition. We have too little to compete. And the first one was the dynamic of vision. The second one was, what was it? If I have a class of students. The what? Ideology. It's a way of thinking. You put boundaries on the way you think, such that we can all of us move together. Now, the third aspect, we need a culture of courage. A culture of courage. A culture of courage. Too often, many of us are told it is not possible. It doesn't work. Too many, and we give up. It takes you to just attend a seminar, and one motivational speaker tells you, sorry, that can't work in Africa. And you also move around. It doesn't work in Africa. It doesn't work in Africa. When I was a child, I don't know whether I should say this. Don't misread me. I have an inborn trait of rebellion. An inborn trait of rebellion. Of course, when I was growing up, it was a pain to my parents. And sometimes where I have walked in my professional journey, it has been a pain to many. But properly harnessed, it takes you to higher levels. And unfortunately, it is transmissible. It is transmitted. I was teasing Alan that they made him put on a jacket. But if he removes his jacket, casual shirt or vestia. So this spirit of questioning status quo and moving on with the courage. We define courage as the ability to do what frightens one. The ability to do what frightens one. Whenever, as children, we are told, don't go there, then the curiosity arose. What value is there that they don't want me? And so, for too long we have. I want to preach to you today. You need courage to challenge the status quo. If we're going to move, mobility industry has been in the rest of the world for so long, and you are going to encounter a lot of that cannot happen. Do you have the courage to continue anyway? We need the courage to change the fear of failure, because failure is not terminal. Build your ability to rise when you fail. The Bible says a righteous man falls 7 times, and 8 times he rises. So the last voice will be standing. We need the courage to invest in our own potential. Sometimes we want shortcuts, easy things. Why don't I just get this one? That person had the courage to overcome the obstacles. That's why they have the advantage they have. Can you exhibit your own courage so that in the future, you'll also have a chance to sit at a source and negotiate with a fellow member of source? When you talk, 2 people at the table, it's different from when 2 other people sit at the table and they are discussing you. Because if you are not on the table, you're on the menu. Lastly, we need courage to act. We talk too much and act little. We need courage to act. If you have discussed that MOU, please act. That framework agreement, implement. It is the fear of failure. Can we overcome the fear of failure? I won't tell you that failure is not a killer disease. We will treat you. You will survive and you come out immune to that type of failure. So why do we need the courage now? Because, my dear members of parliament, investors, collaborators, Africa missed the past 3 industrial revolutions. For the same reasons. The first car came to Uganda in 1904. But it's not until 2011 that we made an effort to make a prototype of the car, because of what we suffered. But I want to tell you, between 2011 and now, we have the 2025 model of Kayola bus. So we missed the first 3. And those first 3 damaged our confidence. It created gaps and pillars and mountains along our way. And so as we stand here, I wish to call your attention to where we are now. We are not where we were. Our GPS positioning now is much better. You have no reason to keep dragging issues. If you must buy Kayola buses, buy them. Don't involve in many years of negotiation. If they break down, the factory is here. We will fix it. Buy it. If it breaks down, you will bring it and we'll give you a new one. If it hasn't measured up. That collaboration agreement, where we stand is far much better. So in recognition of where we stand now, I want to say that what we are celebrating, the Expo, is a great opportunity for us. It's a very big opportunity. We have a great market. Actually, for me, I take the green energy revolution as a gift to the African continent. It is the one which popped the door open, and we put in our foot to participate in the industry from the supplier end. Let's take advantage of it before that door is closed. You see, when the door cracks open, and you pile hard objects there, such that it cannot close back, you gain advantage to push. But if you just leave that foot there, it can be squeezed, and the door is closed. Is that what we want? That's not what we want. So as you have been here, some of you have been here several times, I don't need to lecture to you what you have already seen. We want to say that we need to act. I want to say that our journey now as a continent is sustainable. Industrialization of Africa has started. Those of you ahead, find the courage to take the hand of your brother who is behind, so that we can all have the capacity to purchase. Because the failure of the global automotive market to establish on the continent has been on account of our lack of purchasing power. We were found to be worthy to purchase end-of-life vehicles. Can we demonstrate otherwise? That we deserve clean, off-the-factory line. Hello? Do we deserve it? So let us be courageous. Uganda and the rest of Africa, we are taking on this technology, and let us determine to be a source of green technology, not consumers of it. True, we will relate with the rest of the world and consume, but in a balanced way. Let us put up systems that nurture what we have started. And as you move around in the Expo, don't be limited to wondering, oh yeah, yes, woo, this is great. Then make a decision to take some action. And I tell you, those drops of actions will coalesce, and they'll form a pool. And as we continue dropping more, it will start to form a stream. Before long, they are collecting here, there. We will have a river, and eventually we'll reach the ocean. I wish to welcome all of you to this second Expo with a sense of purpose, with a sense of determination. Remember, vision is dynamic. When you meet a normal-sighted person, give him binoculars, because they are seeing the normal, what has been there. They have not yet seen the future, because the future requires special vision, give them binoculars. When you find a short-sighted one, give him the glasses which correct his vision, and then add on the binoculars. When you find a long-sighted person who sees a future disconnected from the reality of today, give him glasses which correct so that he can see where we are, see where we can go. Let's have the proper ideology which unites us so that we are not suspicious of one another, so that we speak a language that is cross-understood. And above all, let's have the courage to act. At STI, we are committed to making Uganda the best for God and my country. God bless you.
Honorable Minister, can we warmly receive the Honorable Minister's keynote? And Paul, I just want to assure, will the Honorable Minister be here when we finish the panel? Just want to be sure. So that if she won't, we take our photo now before we lose her. I know she's the custodian of this whole place, so you can imagine she might run to where the after party is. So she's around since the book. Please, Honorable Minister, you can now, no, it's okay. Let's take our seats, ladies and gentlemen. Let's again receive the Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen. That Muzee has taught them how to run to their seats. Please take your seats. If you need a coffee, there is coffee at the back. You can always pick a coffee and come back very quickly. But allow me quickly recognize these members of Parliament, Honorable Minister, who are also with us from the Presidential Affairs Committee. The Honorable Biarugaba Alex Isinjiro, Chairperson of our Presidential Affairs Committee. Honorable Alex, are you here so we can receive you? I know he was here. The Honorable Natumanya Flora from Chikube, our Deputy Chair. The Honorable Taka Agnex. The Honorable Locom Albert. The Honorable Auma Helen Wandera from Busia. And the Honorable Asera Stephen. All these members of Parliament, Honorable Minister, have joined you to support the STI Secretariat on this journey and this milestone. So allow me quickly invite Ben Mwine. Ben, come. As Ben makes his way to the stage, Ben is going to moderate our very last session for today. He's from our private media sector. He is, of course, currently the head of corporate affairs and partnerships with over 25 years of experience spanning broadcasting, business leadership, marketing, and communications. He's a dynamic force in Uganda's corporate and media landscape, a visionary strategist, and a strong motivational leader. He has honed his experience in organizational management, public relations, and strategic planning. Before I invite him to speak, may I mention that he also loves cars. That's the one thing I should have started with. Ben loves cars. If you follow him on social media, you'll notice he does a lot of content on cars. And I consult him once in a while before I buy a new car. So he's the go-to guy if you want to buy a new car. Ladies and gentlemen, Ben Mwine.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Maurice. I can see you took a profile off of my LinkedIn. Don't believe anything you read on there. We do it just to, prop ourselves up. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have a heavyweight panel to wrap up our day today. I know they said there's an after party, but I would kindly suggest that you just give us a few minutes because you're going to be interested in the panel that we're wrapping up with. It's a very powerful one. Honorable MMM, my leader, Honorable Kabyanga, our MPs present. I will stand on protocol that has been laid already and simply welcome you to the e-mobility expo, the second e-mobility expo, where we are powering innovation and trying to accelerate industrialization in Uganda to make sure that we are shaping Africa's green future. To do that, we're going to have a wonderful conversation around building the backbone. Check. Thank you. I was just saying, if you were here 5 years ago, you would have been walking on a bush and nothing else. For who, by show of hands, could I kindly ask, is there anyone who was here for the groundbreaking? Anyone, Deputy ED was here? Okay, a couple. Of course, Paul, if you are not here, would have been concerned for the groundbreaking. Yeah, Alan, I know, right? For those of you who have come here today for the very first time, it's incredible to see what you can do if you have the vision that Dr. Musenero was talking about. Allow me to invite my panel onto the platform very quickly. Because of time, I won't go too much into their profiles because then that would be the entire time for the panel. But I will welcome our ED at the Uganda Manufacturers Association, my friend, Dr. Ezra Rwanda Muhumza. We have grown old together. He's now graying. We used to play football together in high school. Also, allow me to invite Mr. Benon Moses Chigenyi, who is, of course, our beloved Deputy Executive Director at the Kampala City Council Authority. I'll also invite Mr. Ian King, who is a Deputy Resident Representative for the UNDP, and an absolute delight to make your acquaintance. Looking forward to spending time with you as well. You've already been introduced, but I will welcome Honorable Alex Nyonsaba, our MP for Bufumbira South, if I'm not mistaken, right? But also here, especially as the chairman of the STI committee in the parliament. We've got Mr. Ibrahim Dibash, who is visiting a powerful delegation from Tunisia with the Tunisian Automobile Association. And he also has a powerful story. We want to learn a lot from what you've been doing. And also, can we welcome in a special way the team from Tunisia? Good to see you guys. Thank you for being with us here today. I'll also invite my new friend. We met today and became BFFs. Mr. Robert Cox, who is an automotive engineering expert. He's president of AIH and RLE Consulting, and he will share a little bit about why this plant is special for him. Last, but in no certain ways least, our CEO for the Presidential CEO Forum, Irene Birungi Mujisha, to join me on the platform so we can have a wonderful conversation. So again, in the interest of time, what we're going to do with this panel and how powerful they all are, I will be coming across to each and every one of them to sort of share their insights from their perspective in terms of who they are and what they do, and then we'll have some few follow-up questions based on that, and then we'll wrap it up. I will start at the extreme end because I've spent quite a little bit of time with you today, Mr. Cox, but also especially because this plant for you is something a bit personal. And so just to put you on the spot, if you don't mind, when Robert came in today, which was the first time you've been here in many, many years, he had some, I don't want to say doubts, but I think expectations that maybe were a little lower than what you found here yesterday when you came. And I wanted to start by giving you an opportunity to give us a very quick background, first of all, of what you have done over the last 40 years, you know, if you can be able to shrink that into 40 seconds. But most importantly for me and for the rest of us, your journey with Kira Motors Corporation and your experience when you came in yesterday and what the big thing was for you being here.
And I have a, does it work?
Yeah.
I have a time limit, right? 2 minutes? 20 minutes? So, yeah, thank you. I have to say, I was coming, I thought to bring some things with me.
I'm going to ask you to try and make sure you're holding the mic very close
Is
to
this
you.
better?
That's much
Okay.
better, yeah.
I came and I thought I would contribute some more in the next few days. And I can honestly say, listening to everything today and what I saw yesterday, I'm taking more away with me than I'm going to bring. So I think that's a testament to everybody out here. So I've been around about 40 years in the automotive business, still going strong, I hope. And I've seen a lot of things. I've launched quite a few plants. 11 years ago, we came together with Kira, myself, leading a team to create and help create the vision that Kira had then, and we created a blueprint that the team has followed. And what you're seeing here today and what you're seeing out on the parking lot is that vision now realized. And I'm completely impressed. I got a tour yesterday. I wasn't here 5 years ago during the groundbreaking. I was here 10 years ago, though, and I walked this land, and it looks nothing the same. So it's absolutely a miracle that we're sitting in a plant today. And those of you that are not in the transportation business, the people that are working here will appreciate this. The people that are more on the outside of this industry, I don't think probably fully appreciate the buses that are sitting out there today, and the fact that they're being sold and running. Huge accomplishment. So I really want to thank Paul Muzazizi and the complete car team. Amazing job. So when I walked the plant, I had a tour yesterday, and you're right. I had an impression that, and wrongfully, a wrong impression, but I had the impression that, maybe you're putting some buses together, but all the components are coming from elsewhere, from China, maybe coming as kits, and you're doing some final assembly and bolting some things on, put your name on the front, and you're building a bus. Boy, was I wrong. We made a really nice tour yesterday. We started in the body shop, and I'm seeing bar stock, I'm seeing channels of steel, I'm seeing coils of sheet metal, and I'm going, what's going on here? And my host explained that, and showed me, it was demonstrated, you're making all of your own parts. The entire structure on this bus is fabricated here in plant. Unbelievable that you're doing that. Really amazing work and an accomplishment. It really was the vision, right, 11 years ago, and probably years before that, even before I was able to get involved with our team. But the vision was to bring economy and bring jobs locally, right? And bringing all the parts from China or someplace and just bolting them together is not that vision. You guys have already realized the vision in a long way. Yeah. And I look forward to talking about maybe some other opportunities.
Thank you very much, Robert. And I know you actually also had some ideas, and I'll come back to you for that. Let me come to you, Ibrahim, because again, for the context of especially the Ugandans who are in the room and with you on the panel, there's a very big possibility that maybe we are not able to appreciate very well what we have. We are told that a prophet has no honor in his own home. So maybe it's easy for us to take it for granted what we are sitting on and what's happening here. You've been in this business for a very long time. What you're doing with TAA and on the larger scale in the African context, based on your experience here so far, what you have been able to see, if you don't mind sharing your first impressions of what you have seen, but also then do us a favor of giving us some highlights of what's been happening in Tunisia, because you guys are you've gone so far ahead of us already, and we are learning from you, and it would be really good to hear some insights from you.
Hello.
It's on, we can hear you.
It's okay?
Yeah.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Ben. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation. It's an honor to join you here in Jinja for this National E-Mobility Expo. I would like to address my special greetings to Honorable Minister Mrs. Musenero Monica Masanza, and I would like to tell you that you get a really inspiring speech that I have registered, and I will use it in my country, because really to listen to you today make us believe that the future is great. Thank you. I would like also to address my special thanks to Mr. Paul Isaac Musasizi from Kira Motors Corporation for welcoming us. And I would like to tell you congratulations after what we have seen today, but I think the future will be greater. So good luck with your team, and I think we will come back to see what you will accomplish next. I'm not here alone. We are here as a Tunisian Automotive Association delegation, representing from Tunisia almost 20 representatives, among them general managers of leading companies, European companies, but also Tunisian companies, because you will see that Tunisia has built its own worldwide leaders in automotive industry. This delegation is also with some members of the ecosystem of Tunisia in automotive, such as TAA, JZ, Public Agency for Foreign Investment, FIPA, the CMT, which is the cluster for mechatronic, and which is also focusing on e-mobility, Novation City, which is the Technopole, and mainly, and we are very proud of them, as we have seen today what Uganda e-mobility leaders and players has accomplished. We have also here together some most famous e-mobility solution and startups that has been realized by Tunisian, which some of them were living abroad and came back to the country to accomplish their dreams. So all these people are representing the global ecosystem built in Tunisia to support automotive industry development. Why TAA? TAA is a close partner of Ministry of Industry and Energy and Mines, who had collaborated in elaborating and implementing the Pact of Competitiveness of automotive industry, which is actually the basic documents that give us the vision, as Honorable Minister was focusing on, the vision for the coming years and the coming decades for this automotive industry. But let's very rapidly introduce our experience in automotive industry, as you mentioned, Ben. What are our main assets? Today we have built a components industry with more than 300 companies, with both international and local players addressing and sourcing the main OEMs worldwide. Tunisia is also built strong skills and competencies, new engineers, thanks to a great education system, which was also the vision of our founders of the new Tunisia after independence. Just to give you a figure, every year we have new graduates, 7,500 engineers each year. Of course, one of the main assets of Tunisia is strategic geographic position, positioning Tunisia as a hub between Europe and African countries. Tunisia has long been a strategic player in the automotive industry in Africa. For over 50 years, our journey started in the beginning of the 70s. Our country has developed a strong ecosystem as a reliable supplier for European and global OEMs, especially in components such as wiring harnesses, electronics, and mechanical parts. This has created more than 100,000 jobs today, creating know-how transfer and a resilient supply chain that today position Tunisia as one of the top exporters of automotive components in Africa. We are actually in the top 3, representing today between 4 to 5% of Tunisian GDP, which enhance the automotive industry as a strategic sector. To do so, we have built a framework to facilitate the industry development. Talking about vision, our leaders in the beginning of the 70s had implemented the FDI incentive framework to promote total exporting companies' implementation in Tunisia, considering, and it was really a great vision, considering the buildings or factories as free zone all over the country, setting up a fast track for new investors through one-stop shop with the investment promotion agency. During last decades, Tunisia has created technopoles, clusters, incubators, accelerators for startups to boost strategic industry such as automotive, creating strong structure provided to the industrial companies. It means that we must learn from our experience and not to rest on our laurels, because we are also conscious that the industry is changing, is moving, and is accelerating. The future is all about innovation, is all about R&D, is all about connectivity. It's all about connectivity. And now Tunisia is now shifting from being only a production-based workforce to become a hub of software, engineering and development, especially for solution for mobility. We are investing in applied research, developing skills in electronics, powertrain, battery technology, digital mobility, and smart manufacturing. Among them, we are working hand in hand with universities, research centers, industrial clusters that are working hand in hand with companies, private companies, to prepare the e-mobility transition. Today, Tunisia, new success stories are Baco Motors, which the co-founder Boubacar Siela is here. It's Accurate with Ayman also is here. It's in e-mobility. It's Innova in robotics. It's startups in artificial intelligence. It's new companies in software engineering such as Focus and WeView. But the same international players that some of them are here in the delegation are now, today, investing in automotive component industry, but they are now implementing their R&D and innovation center in Tunisia, such as big German players like Draxelmeier, Leoni, and Koshu, but also other Europeans such as Ampere with Actia. That's strengthening the position of Tunisia in the world automotive chain value. Tunisia is fostering entrepreneurship and startups in mobility, as I mentioned, with incubators and accelerators, and with setting up a framework and regulation to promote these startups. And we see that this shift is a part of a broader African story. Building a regional hub, Tunisia experience showed that the right ecosystem, right policy support, industrial base, and entrepreneurial drive, it's also possible to position an African country as both a reliable supplier for global markets and also a creator of new mobility solutions for the continent. Linked to our presence here, I believe this resonates with Uganda's ambition as showcased by Kira Motors today and other the partners of this Expo. We get the pleasure to visit some of the greatest e-mobility players that were sitting here just before us. And we have also, and this is very important, get the chance to visit the Makerere University Lab for Innovation, the Deep Tech Center in Kampala. All that proves that Uganda is one of the ways of creating its own ecosystem in e-mobility, micro-mobility, with being adapted, and that's very important, to end-user specific needs, to African consumers, and that's the main point. Together, I believe that we can build a Pan-African mobility ecosystem that is innovative, sustainable, and inclusive, contributing to Africa's green future. Altogether, as you said, Honorable Minister, we have to cooperate, we have to collaborate, and we can bring you our best practice, our experience, and we hope that it will not be the last visit, but maybe the first one. And thank you for giving us the opportunity to share this experience.
And I know you're still with us, and we have a lot of things that we'll be able to engage with you even after the panel, and we'll go out to enjoy some drinks and music. We'll be able to ask lots of questions, not just of you, but also the rest of the team who are here with us. And they look like they are a proper vibe, so we're looking forward to hanging with you guys later this evening. So, the Honorable Nyonsaba, again, listening to Ibrahim here, the thing that comes out very strongly is around what the government in Tunisia has done in terms of the policy framework that they have put in place to support not just mobility, but e-mobility. And I want to come to you to talk a little bit about what you're doing in Parliament to try and ensure that we are supporting the sector to grow to where it needs to. But as you think about that, let me come to Mr. King, who we had a chat with yesterday as well, and I was very intrigued, but also excited to learn that you do have a bit of a soft spot for the sector. You have a soft spot for the mobility sector, not just because you're in the development partner sector, but even you as a person. So, one, from your perspective, but also for the UNDP, you've been very strong on sustainability. You have actually taken some active steps to get involved in this space. If you don't mind sharing some quick insights into what you have been doing, but also your experiences. Even before you came to Uganda, you've interacted a little bit with this industry in the other places you have been. If you can share just a little bit of that, and then I'll come to Honorable Alex, and then come to the rest of the panel.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for everyone who are here. Minister, appreciate your really inspiring presentation, the focus, ideology, identification, courage, and taking action. I've taken note.
Yeah, if you don't mind, can I just confirm, can everyone hear us properly?
So I'll speak a bit louder, is that better?
Okay, yeah, because I know that on the stage, sound guys, if there's anything you can do about the monitor sound on the stage, we are not hearing ourselves well. If there's anything you can do, but go ahead.
Thank you very much. I thought it was my aged ears.
Yeah, no, it's the monitors on the stage. Yeah.
Sure. So first of all, very pleased to be here. I confess, make a confession first. I arrived in Uganda a little over a year ago, and my first week in office was the week of the inaugural Expo. And so I couldn't attend that Expo, but I'm fortunate to be back here and the opportunity to be here today with the team. In terms of UNDP, of course, we're an organization where our focus is advancing human development, but with the view of sustaining our planet that we live in. So a sustainable, inclusive human development is the way I would explain it. In that respect, being here and being part of this Expo, and let me also appreciate the organizers for inviting us to this and to be on this stage, is entirely consistent, because if we think about the issues, numerous issues facing our countries, Uganda, countries in Africa, in the developing world, sustainable development, and also the impacts of climate change and planetary pressures are very evident and very much at the foremost of our attention. And when you reflect on it, transportation is key to that, certainly here in Uganda. Of course, transportation contributes significantly to greenhouse gases, to pollution, but transportation is also critical to people contributing and earning and living and making this economy grow. So facilitating green growth and more sustainable transportation is vital. And so we have supported this in many ways. We have, of course, supported the National Determined Contributions, which is Uganda's commitment to how they are contributing to addressing the issues of climate change. And we've been very supportive of that, and transport has been part of that process. But I also want to speak to the other aspect, which is that sustainable growth and that realization of national and individual aspirations for growth. And so we've been very, as UNDP in Africa, advanced something called the Timbuktu Initiative. And Timbuktu Initiative is focused on harnessing and facilitating the innovation and creativity within Africa with a particular focus on the youth. And if and that has manifested itself here in Uganda in terms of the National Innovation Center and the Makere Unipod, which you referenced, you attended.
Yeah.
And indeed, in that Unipod, we've supported a number of areas, including support to this area of EVs and building skills. And indeed, in this room, I hope they're still here, there are 25 members of that Unipod from Makere University, and I'm going to put them on the spot by asking them to stand up. Those of you who are here, I hope everyone is not at the after party, but my Unipod, okay, so maybe they went to the after party. I can't fault them, but those 25 students from Makere were here on internship, working and actually constructing 2 of those buses.
Yeah, wow.
And the partnership between Kira Motors and Unipod and UNDP enabled engineers to be training them and those young people to bring those skills and come to this, this center of aspiration and vision and innovation to be a part of the construction of those buses. So that speaks to the spaces that we also contribute. And I also want to say that also speaks to the other area where UNDP has, we see ourselves playing a role, which is de-risking this advancing of this innovation through the support to development of skills, through the whole idea of convening actors, and also advancing the areas of supporting finance, including through climate finance.
Yeah.
So I want to say, therefore, that for us, this is vital. This is a space of fantastic demonstration. I think, you know, when you think of it, and taking the point as the minister, if there was not a vision, if there was not a commitment,
right.
If it was not surely about, and green growth can't simply be about technology, it has to be about aspirations and commitments and what will benefit here.
Yeah.
And taking note that Africa can't be left behind in this latest iteration of innovation and development. So I know that time is getting away. I don't want to take other space, but just to say for us, this is truly a space where we see ourselves making the contribution to Uganda and Africa's aspirations and growth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you are walking the talk. If you go to the UNDP offices on Lumumba Avenue, you will find one of the two now.
We have 2 cars.
Was it
One
not?
of these, which you see the picture here, and I arrived in it. We have 2 EVs. We are, moving, and we've been rewarded for our efforts in green growth within our own organization. So we have to walk the talk.
Yeah.
So we are committed.
And indeed you are, and there's actually a charging station in the office, so that's an incredible thing. And you did mention one of the things about de-risking investment in the ecosystem. We had a wonderful panel discussion earlier on, and these discussions are going to be available online. So when you have a moment, please do go check online. You can actually pick up the previous panels. We had a really, really good panel on financing the ecosystem that was done earlier on by Matthias Katamba that might be worth looking out for. One of the things that's very important that the Honorable Minister talked about, which is translating the vision that she had and that the government has into an actual tangible roadmap, which is very critical. And I'll be coming to our Deputy ED at the KCC and of course our ED at UMA to speak into that, because you're the guys who are at the heart of actually bringing this to life. But before I come to you, let me come to Honorable Niyonsaba, and then I'll come to Irene from the CEO Presidential Forum. Starting with you, Honorable Alex, again, from the policy perspective, Ambassador Musije was here earlier on, and one of the things you complained about is that while we have an opportunity, for example, to be able to sell our buses to Tanzania, getting a deal sheet signed by the Solicitor General at the moment, because of how our laws are laid out, is such, and you can see how the Deputy ED is laughing, I'm sure he understands these problems very well. It's such a hassle that it becomes a hindrance to us to be able to be a part of this revolution. What can you do? I'm putting you on the spot on behalf of the Parliament because this is your committee, so you have to take the bullets on their behalf. What can you do to help us overcome this challenge where the red tape reduces so that we don't get left behind by Tunisia and the other people who are in this space already?
Thank you, moderator. First of all, I want to thank the vision of His Excellency the President, who gave the vision of this direction of the e-mobility business, and he passed it on to Honorable Minister Musenero, who in turn passed it over to others to conceptualize it and implement it. I thank you very much for that concerted effort. And I want to thank also Kira Motors for bringing out this e-mobility Expo 2025 for the nation to know what is happening here. If you went to Kisoro, where I come from, they don't know about e-mobility. First of all, the penetration of electricity is poor. The national grid may be 30%. So when you tell them of e-mobility with that lack of electricity back there, it's a nightmare. So I will, of course, deal with the challenges first, and then maybe can bring some opportunities and come to the point that you were asking. As I've told you, the first point is national grid penetration. The other one is the charging infrastructure. The charging infrastructure, some countries have advanced in putting regulations and guidelines for what to do, but we are also reaching there. There are some policies that are in place, but there are those also that are lacking. Like, for example, in Kenya, now, every 25 kilometers, there must be a charging station. Wow. New buildings coming up in places like Sweden, new buildings coming up. In the parking, there must be charging stations. So all those Parliament will make resolutions for government to take action. That I'm sure is going to happen. And also, this industry has to grow. It has big potential. It has big potential. Mobility is one of the key drivers of the economy. It's well known. So incentives, fiscal incentives have to be given, like tax holidays for some number of years, for them to be able. Engineer Muvawala here was saying that as they give tax holidays, the company must show what it has done for the population to benefit from that. How many people have been employed and so on. So the fiscal incentives will be there. And now for the red tape. The red tape is a big disease, but it also can be cured by setting standards. And these standards are when should a decision be made, giving government guidelines that for a deal to take place, when it has been initiated, it shouldn't go beyond a certain period. Yeah. Those resolutions can be made in Parliament, it's possible, so that the red tape in the government is reduced. So, and indeed, I think it is a known fact now, like registering businesses these days, it's online. Before it was a nightmare, but now it is taking shape. So even deal making is not something very big that cannot be solved. So that one will be solved. Another thing, of course, is the skilling. We need to take deliberate steps to skilling Ugandans who will be employed in these areas. And the government has a policy also in place for putting skilling centers in all sub-regions of Uganda. And they are already there. So the skilled personnel will also be got. It isn't a problem. And I think the e-mobility ecosystem the minister was talking here, they have set it up properly. We are only waiting now for the parliament to avail the funds for such an industry. They need funds to take off. And through our oversight, we shall have to make sure that the budgets are aligned what is required for the e-mobility to be a success.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll come to Irene actually to start off from there, because when we talk about budgets and all, if you ask Ibrahim and ask Robert here, they will tell you globally, under normal circumstances, if I'm not mistaken, the big automakers will normally spend, I don't know what, 10, 15 billion dollars just on R&D every year, or thereabouts, maybe, right? At least about 10 billion dollars, right, Robert? In terms of what they spend on R&D. And here in Uganda, the amount of money that Kira Motors is asking for is just pocket change compared to that. And so for your benefit, Honorable Nyonsaba, when this budget comes to Parliament, could you kindly advise your colleagues not to be shocked by these small monies because of where we want to go? It would be very important for them to understand. Because sometimes they make a lot of noise and make it seem like it's a lot of money, and yet if you think about the vision that the Honorable Minister was talking about, it's absolute peanuts compared to the bigger picture and where we want to go as a country. So I think, Honorable Minister, you talked about long-sightedness and short-sightedness. Allow me to accuse us as Ugandans sometimes of being very short-sighted, and I think that becomes a big problem. So something, again, that maybe you can respond to right after we hear from Irene. From the Presidential CEO Forum, if we're going to get the kind of funding that we need for this sector and what is happening, it can't just be the government. The private sector comes into play. They're the ones who are going to lead this growth. And you're at the heart of trying to create that bridge and convergence between the private sector and the vision bearers for this. What have you been doing so far? I know you have been involved in this journey from inception, both from your previous office and then going into the CEO Forum. So you're very well placed to tell us a little bit about what has been going on, but also what you're currently working on that you think would be for the benefit of the people who are going to be seeing this, to know that we are actually going in the right direction.
Hello. Good evening. Good evening. I know it's not easy to have this kind of conversation at this hour when we are standing in between the fun and the conversation that is going to champion this agenda to another level. Honorable Minister, thank you so much, first of all, for making time to come and be with us this afternoon. We want to thank you for taking on the baton and making sure that you're able to run up to the finishing line. We want also to appreciate the Honorable Minister, State ICT, for being here, because if we talk about this conversation and we don't have a communicator at that top level, we thank you too for making time to be here. So at the Presidential CEO Forum, first of all, an initiative that was inaugurated by the President himself to make it as an apex body to be a bridge between private sector and government. We are proud to say, first, this is like my fourth time in this facility. I've seen it from the mud and the grass and everything to this point. We started off this conversation by ensuring we understand what is e-mobility and how best can we enhance e-mobility to the levels of Ugandans appreciating it, but also to the level that as a vision bearer of this country, who is His Excellency the President, we are able to tackle the different issues and have them incorporated differently. So at PCF, our mandate is to convene, de-risk, and also advocate, which we do through thematic areas. And our fourth biennial, we were able to champion the conversation of having Uganda positioned to be the net source of e-mobility solutions. And so we had conversations that spoke to the heart of what does it mean to champion e-mobility. How do we embed this to the national development agenda? And so we had a 3-day retreat that was not placed anywhere else but in this same facility. That was on the 4th, it was 3rd and 4th of August 2023. And because the president hosts these retreats at the Presidential CEO Forum, he was able to be here on that day and receive the 11 resolutions that were captured out of the conversations from the different stakeholder actors. I remember the Honorable Minister here present, presenting them to the President. And out of those, we had the 0 VAT of sold goods of manufactured e-mobility vehicles and also e-chargers. And that was incorporated in 2024, July, ongoing. I know we have so much to follow up in terms of how the actors can benefit from that bill. But nevertheless, we host the technical committee of all the e-mobility players. So the earlier panel that had Cipro, had Zombo, had Gogo, had Zembo, had WQ, we host that technical committee at the Presidential CEO Forum. So they champion the policy dialogue in terms of how best can we now have the resolutions that were already captured in the NDP4. The conversation now is how do we focus on the implementation? And that is what we are driving at the Presidential CEO Forum. So we are proud of what is going on already. We are proud of what Mr. Msasi has been able to do and champion his team and get from the 1 bus to the 37 buses, but also the key players from, you had Cipro mentioning that now I have a story to say. Every time we had the roundtable conversation, my question was, what do you have? What do we present to the table at the government level? How can they come in to support the policy? So at the policy level, we are championing that conversation. It's going on so well. To me, it is how best can we now drive the demand for local financing? Because we are not only going to depend on government support, but the local financing is if we can get the stakeholders, the private sector stakeholders, come on board and start procuring what we are producing here in Uganda, but in our own facility at Kira Motors, that will drive the production of this facility. We want to see the MTNs of this world coming in to procure these the smaller versions of the buses to be able to act as fleet for their...
We call it the baby bus.
Yes, the baby bus, to be able to act as a fleet for their staff and many others. We see Makerere University has done that, Civil Aviation has done that, so much can be done. We want to advocate for public-private partnership in infrastructure development. You've talked about the e-charging portfolios or places where we can have the e-charging. That can also be achieved through public-private partnership. And so many things that we look forward to achieve. To me, it is really to push and bring forward the private sector. We've already called upon them to love what is made in Uganda. The Bubu initiative is going on so well. Charity begins at home. We've had a beautiful testimonial from Tunisia here. So much we can learn from these countries, what they have done. How best can we also be able to do that? The R&D that you have mentioned, we can complement that from the private sector and support the R&D so that we can have our vehicles enhanced and scaled up in so many ways.
Absolutely.
So I believe to us the journey that we've walked, one is being able to push the policy at the government level. Two, being able to have resolutions that government can implement through the different stakeholders, but also three, that we have a technical committee that handles all, that brings together all the actors so that they can champion their conversation at one way and more in so many ways. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Irene. Again, Honorable Minister, I think this panel in front of you should be having its own workshop. I would like to kind of suggest to you that you find some time and money and put them together in a room for an entire day, so that you can start with the after party after we are done here and gather them together and have a wonderful conversation, because at the moment everything I'm hearing from them is incredible. And because of time, we are not yet able to have them respond and interact with one another. And I think we must do that at some point. So I hope none of them is in a rush to go anywhere after this so that we can continue this conversation. But coming to implementation, and I'll come to you, Mr. Chigenyi, in terms of what KCCA is doing. Honorable Alex said that in Kisoro, he only has 30% penetration of power, so his people don't know EVs. You can't have that excuse in Kampala. You have fairly good penetration in Kampala. You are at the forefront as the city authority for especially the greater Kampala metropolitan area in terms of the integration of e-mobility. I know you have already been doing some things, and so maybe for the benefit of the people in the room, if you don't mind sharing some insights into, because now for you and Dr. Ezra, you bring it home in giving us some guidance on what you've actually been doing in bringing this to life. We've had a lot of the things on the policy side and all of that, but then you guys have actually begun to bring this to life. So if you don't mind sharing some of the things that you have been doing, but also what the plan is and where you see us going, and then we'll hear from Dr. Ezra as well.
Thank you very much, Ben. Good evening to you, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable ministers here present, colleagues who have come to this second National E-Mobility Expo. I want to welcome you to this place. I fell in love with this place many years ago from the moment I learned that the plant was coming here. So I have been in this place through the bushes, through the mud, and through the excavations under and all through. I'm a regular visitor here, and I take a lot of pride to be at this place. Kampala Capital City Authority has a total road length of 2,104 kilometers. 85% of these roads are in need of reconstruction or rehabilitation. And we are doing a great job to make them ready for the big population that comes to Kampala. The daytime population for Kampala oscillates between 3.5 million people to about 4.2 million people. And that makes transport and mobility an urgent matter for all of us. So as an authority, we have been at the forefront of leading our greater Kampala metropolitan area in planning using the transport-oriented development models to be able to partake of the volumes of transport of people that come into the city. And it's therefore urgent for us to partake the e-mobility products that come, and we are in full support of Kira Motors in this drive. We have undertaken studies to be ready to have e-mobility as a live issue in Kampala, and we have provided infrastructure within the city where people can charge the bicycles, the motorbicycles and vehicles around the city. We want to take it forward by thinking mass transport, and therefore plan for a rapid bus transport. If you have noticed lately, the roads that are being rehabilitated are getting a little enlarged. One of the reasons to be able to think forward, to be able to bring the buses in the city to carry the volumes of the people that are on the streets of Kampala every morning and be able to support the infrastructure. We have had a problem of gridlock in Kampala, and for people who are coming into the city for the first time, it is one of the things that leaves them not only angry but emotionally broken. Over the last 12 months, we have been on an anxious plan to signalize Kampala, and we now have 59 signalized junctions, complete with a traffic control center at City Hall, from where we can be able to know which area is heavily burdened and advise where the traffic can be diverted.
Yeah.
And that is something that is going to be enhancing mobility within the city. We are also in the process of making sure that this does not only remain a concept for many people like the Honorable from Kisoro, but to take it, make believe of the people of Uganda. We have decided, therefore, to have our Kampala Capital City Football Club bus acquired from Chira Motors. And in the next 3 months, when it finally comes, we are going to proudly carry this, not as a proof of concept because we have now moved away from this, but as a make-believe to the people of Uganda that these facilities are available and they can therefore use this very important facility to, one, harness our mobility, but also stop the dollar freight that has been happening for us as an economy.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Again, just like Mr. King was saying, you're walking the talk and leading by example. I remember I used to be a very strong critic of Kira Motors until I traveled in one of their buses to Bunyonyi, actually, near to Honorable Nyosaba's home. And I had to come and issue a public apology for having been silly in my criticism because, again, ignorance sometimes is not bliss at all. So, and from that time, I now introduced myself as an unofficial marketing manager for Kira Motors because I am impressed by what has been going on here since that time. Dr. Ezra, from the perspective of the Manufacturers Association, you're representing the local private sector who can be able to benefit a lot from the ecosystem in terms of what's happening with e-mobility. If you don't mind sharing quickly what we can be able to do in supporting, especially from the supply chain. Again, from what I was hearing from some of the earlier panels, and I think Robert mentioned this earlier in our conversation, the supply chain is such a big part of this ecosystem that can be a huge opportunity for our local manufacturers. Have your members been brought to awareness of what this means for them? Are you guys already doing something about it? Is there anything that maybe you want to share with us in terms of how you're plugging into the national e-mobility strategy for Uganda?
Thank you, Mwine. And to share my experience, I think from today I will not trust friends anymore. When I was with him there, I said, Mwine, I am going away. He said, don't worry, I am going to allow you speak first so that I excuse you and you go. I trusted a friend, but he has made me speak last, deliberately say that I don't go. So from now I declare we are not friends anymore. The first perspective, he asked that what is the perspective before I come to the ecosystem. There is a new thing that pastors use of late, that close your eyes and see. When I walked in here and I close my eye right now, my eyes, I see the following. I see buses in traffic, a traffic jam of buses in Kampala. How we shall solve it, I don't know. I see what we have not seen in this country in the name of trams. Since we have power, I expected him to speak to that. Tomorrow, if you asked cabins for trams, they should be able to run. I foresee passenger cabins of, you call it SG, the train manufactured here. But most surprisingly, I see a group of 20 industrialists that were packed there from Makerere in the name of, you call it iPod? The Unipod. These are boys and girls that have been incubated to come and see this grow. So in my thinking, 20 years from now, those are already 20 industries. Because if one professor taught some 5 engineers and one of them is here, I am picking that. That is the simple perspective I'm picking. From the manufacturer's point of view, the Ugandan industrialists, there is something that we are celebrating within ourselves. This industry you see here is our firstborn. The industries we have in Uganda, maybe for those who are coming in, are majorly industries that produce secondary goods, especially the consumables. Around 11% constitutes primary industries that extract from nature to produce raw materials. Now, why we are calling this a firstborn, it is taking us to a level of automobile industries. These are complex and sophisticated industries. So we are moving to a third level of industrialization as a country. And for us manufacturers, we celebrate that. Minister, Honorable Minister, we don't take that for granted. Having picked and led on this, I was told to discuss the ecosystem. The ecosystem that so far I can speak about has 5 discourses. The first discourse is the policy discourse to enable this innovation, this project to kickstart. 3 policies, Benjamin, speak to this. The first is the industrial policy. Where are we standing in the industrial policy for the country to support such a kind of a project? I challenge the cabinet minister that is with us to check where we stand with our industrial policy. It happens to be so weak that it is general. Now, we need to review this policy and start to speak to operational things that pick such projects. Now, what should the policy now, in this case, industrial policy, look at? We thank the president that under his directives, he has said that power for factories that are large be sold at 5 cents. It is subsidized power. That is deliberate industrial policy speaking. However, in the same area of power, we note that we have a plan. We had a plan drawn in 2010 that from 2013 to 2038, Uganda, we must have produced over 20,000 megawatts. When we are talking of E, what is E in this word? It is electricity. Let's not talk about it. Now, currently we have surplus electricity of around 620 megawatts. But if this factory is to meet its targets of 2,500 buses per annum, we are a joke. We need power to power this factory and subsidiary factories. But again, we shall need power to charge all these buses, to charge all these tricycles we are talking about. Now, in the same kind of pursuit, this may not be under industrial policy, but it may be in the electricity distribution. We are at 23% access for the country. How do we get electricity to go everywhere? Because for us, we are ready to take these motorcycles and tricycles to the villages. So we need to have power extended so that we find it. That is something to do with the industrial policy. The business policy. What we are putting in here, we are simply talking business. I implore the parliamentarians in the room. There is a model that you have innovated. I wish you could extend it to this sector. The petroleum sector, the oil and gas sector, had issues and we had lost hope as a country that it would be managed. But the splitting of the regulatory, the minister, those, and include a company that is in charge of doing business for and on behalf of government, has helped us to get right. It has now been adopted to minerals. It has been adopted to defense, the Ministry of Defense. Today they have an enterprise that is for doing business. So, Madam Honorable Minister, I wish you could take this cup away from my friend Paul. Let him be evaluated at the target of how many buses he has assembled and they are ready to be sold. Then we create a company that is purely for doing business, who will go and tell lies. In marketing, we lie. For those who understand marketing, it is all about lying and convincing someone. But scientists, this side, for them it's about principle and it is about science. And science never lies. Honorable Minister can testify. But marketing, we use all the jargons. Now, the third policy at the interface is this import substitution policy. In the discussions I have had, even at the parliamentary level, I hear people getting tempted to think that adopting tariff measures and quota measures on importation of buses would be the solution. No. That policy is still far-fetched. We are not yet there, and it will not serve us. The import substitution policy is not, we are not readily available to benefit from it. Yeah. So those three policies, we need to go back. They are one of the strategic challenges that we need to deal with and sort out. I know my time is you're about to say no, but I'm coming to the second discourse. The second discourse is very short and simple. It's the investment discourse. Right now, this project we have very gladly liked, government has spent over $91 million. You pose a question, we are going to continue putting in money as government until when? There must be a strategic thinking that now, because this is the model that has worked everywhere, the curve for government investment must be sloping as the sector grows, but the curve for private investment starts to grow. That's when the sector becomes sustainable. And when do these two curves cross? Within 20 to 30 years. What does it speak to? That we should not look at Chira Motors work alone. Yeah. We must get strategies of incorporating and working with the private sector such that they also start to invest. Yeah. They can't invest at the beginning because the cost is normally, especially for research, enormous. So a strategy should be able to come up on that investment discourse. Yeah. Number 3 is regional industrialization discourse. No one should deceive you that this kind of a project and its magnitude can be a one-country agenda. We are wasting our time if we think like that. The real thinking, this is a regional project. And therefore, we must follow the regional protocols and see how we negotiate either bilaterals or regional protocols that speak to automobiles, yeah, and that kind of industrialization. What do I speak to? For instance, the vehicles we have seen here, all the iron ore, all the iron and steel raw material came from Tanzania. The polypropylene that is used to make is imported from elsewhere. So are batteries. Right now in Uganda, we only manufacture and supply tires. What does this mean? Let's try to have regional engagements to speak to this. Say that Tanzania, when they are importing these vehicles, they shouldn't say we import from Uganda because they are part and parcel of this facility. Otherwise, we take a risk to have multiple facilities in each of these countries, the way we made a mistake with electric generation of electricity. Currently, every country is investing in production of electricity, yet each of these countries has surplus.
Yeah.
So that synchronization at regional level is very important.
Right.
If you so wish, I stop at this.
Thank you very much. I don't wish, but unfortunately, it's now 6 p.m. I was supposed to have finished 30 minutes ago, but again, as you can imagine, how powerful the discussion is, and you can see why I let you come last, because the way you're able to bring this home. Dr. Ezra has also been very heavily involved in policy instrumentation at the Ministry of Trade and all of those things, so he's here just as an ED of UMA, but in reality, under the skin, he's at the heart of crafting policy for this country, especially in that sector. So he's very, very instrumental in these conversations. I have to finish this. I don't want to, but I must. And while I ask each of my panel to think in maybe 40 seconds to share what is the one thing for you going forward as we plan for the e-mobility expo for 2026, what would you want to come back and find when we come back in September next year? What is the one thing for you that would be a low-hanging fruit? I think I know what Robert says because he shared it with me, but I'm going to let him come and share it. As you think about what that would be for each and every one of you, in just maybe 40 seconds, I will allow 2 or 3 people in the house. If you want to say something or ask a question, I'll give an opportunity for that. Let's try and make it brief, and then we'll have our panel help us wrap up. Again, the idea, I already have a hand up here, a second hand, and a third hand. Okay, and that will be that, right? So we'll finish with those. Again, the idea is that these incredible, talented, experienced beings who are on the panel are going to be with us when we go over to the after party. Please find some time and engage with them. Let's have a continuous conversation. They have some great insights to share. I'm already learning so much from being with them, and I'm sure we can learn a lot more from that. So please do stand, tell us who you are, what you do, ask your question. Keep it under 40 seconds.
Right, great. Thank you very much. My name is Marvin Ayevale. I am the lead at the Heri Group. The Heri Group is a regional automotive company operating in Uganda, Rwanda, Kenya, Tanzania, and the DRC. I also happen to be the lead at B-Ford. That's the Japanese car exporter. We're the leading car importer into Uganda at the moment. And I also happen to be the publicity secretary for the used car dealers in the country. My question will just go especially to policy. I will borrow from Rwanda, for example, Honorable Minister, but by the all protocol observed. My question will go to you because in Rwanda, and I'll share this as an experience because we do business there. For every car that's imported, as long as you import a hybrid or electric vehicle, you do not pay any taxes. This was the policy that was in the country for the last 3-4 years. It only changed in July this year. The effect we saw of that is that there was a high adoption of hybrid and electric vehicles. Actually, the fact that they've now slashed it has taken them a few steps back in electric vehicles. I was wondering, we did have the same in Uganda for a year or two, but then in the last financial years, that has been taken away. From the sales perspective, and Dr. Ezra, you've mentioned right, because it's all about cycles. From the sales perspective now, people do not want, there's nobody who will ask you about an electric motor vehicle. How do we get policy to push the drive for e-mobility in Uganda?
Right. Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister is not on my panel, but I'm sure she has no problem answering your question. We'll allow her to be able to do that. There was a second hand right at the back over there, and then we'll come to the front and finish here. Said only 3. Okay, and then we'll, yeah, by default, we'll come to you, no doubt.
This is Honorable Kubeke Teria.
Honorable James Kubeke Teria.
Yes, he was my teacher, so be nice, huh?
He's also my friend.
Thank you very much. He has already introduced me. Kubeke Teria, Parliament of Uganda. Now, on policy, you said whenever you ask for money, they give little. So the way forward is frequent follow-up of the committees. You have a two-mixed kind of approach, informal and formal. Then the other one, why don't you write to the Speaker to call the entire parliament to come and see, because seeing is believing.
This is true.
Some others cannot believe that this is happening here. I think that would be the best way forward. You call hands, we are inviting you, if need be, you can actually declare this place the precincts of parliament. And I'm sure we shall have better results. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kubiakazia. Honorable Minister, I think we can arrange to have a special sitting of Parliament here in commemoration of one of the days. I think that would be important. We have right here at the front, let's start from here and then we'll just go across to our delegation from Tunisia to say something as well.
Thank you very much. Engineer Willy Mumbaso David from Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. Mine might not be questions, but I think I wanted to give just submissions. There is a need to work together to deliver the e-mobility solutions in the country. Dr. Ezra talked about energy, and when you talked about energy, I realized that while it is true we believe that we have surplus energy, surplus electricity, it is also very true that we have suppressed demand. Why? Because we lack adequate infrastructure to deliver this energy wherever it is required. And in many cases, the cost involved in delivering this infrastructure to wherever it is required is supposed to be a collaborative effort. We do not have to look at just one source, government deliver, but we need to find ways of collaborating and working together, coming up with solutions and policies that ensure that we can deliver the power wherever it is required. The second one is about technology transfer. We cannot work alone, or we may not be in position to re-innovate the wheel. It was already innovated, but we need to find ways of making sure that we use what is available in the best way possible.
Yeah.
So those were my two submissions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What I did hear you say is the importance of collaboration, and I think that we are very glad. I've had Ibrahim say this as well, and think that would be extremely very important. We had someone from our Tunisian delegation want to say something, and then we'll come back to the panel and wrap up.
So, thank you. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Fatma Qulsi. I'm the General Manager for the Tunisian Automotive Association. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. So again, thank you. Thank you for hosting us. First time in Uganda, we have been more than blessed with the welcome, with the warmth of the people, with the food, with everything. Really, it's the first time for all of us, certainly not the last. So thank you again. I just want to emphasize, it's not a question. It's to emphasize, I don't think you really realize how powerful what you are doing is, and how big and how ambitious. We come from a dense historical automotive industry, although we're not very visible, we have automotive industry for the last 6 years almost, and still this plant, I have a delegation of 20 industrials here. They've never seen something so grand in terms of covered area at once, like one block. And this is great, really. So keep on. You have, we were more than honored to meet your delightful, great Minister of Industry, and with vision, with ideology, with courage. You are going far, and Tunisia, as friends, as African to African, we will be there all the way.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's good hearing that coming from you. Every once in a while, I have the opportunity of having a coffee with the Honorable Minister, and we keep talking about this, about how we don't think even us understand, and I think I had this chat with Mr. Gonasa as well, about just how much potential, sorry, you have to catch this phrase, about how we need to help Ugandans understand exactly what we're trying to do here, because they don't really see how big this can be, and hearing it from you with your experience and where you're coming from is really good validation, I think, for the Honorable Ministers here and for Paul and the team. So thank you so much for that. Mr. Cox, do you want to get us started in terms of there's one thing that you would want to see when you come back, and please note I say when, not if, when you come back for the e-mobility expo in 2026, what's that one thing that you want to find when you return?
And in 45 seconds.
Yeah.
And I'm going to stand up a little bit. Let me see if I can do a twist on this. It's going to take everybody's participation. I need hands. All right. Play a little game. We're going to look for the low-hanging fruit. And this is what I'd like to see when I come back is low-hanging fruit. Going after the low-hanging fruit. So what do I mean by that? Let's think about what's on the bus today. Like I said, I was really surprised on how much content's already being realized here. And now let's look for opportunities. So what do we think about opportunity? What is low-hanging fruit today that doesn't take a lot of investment, can get to pretty quickly, and gets a big bang for the buck? Let's see how brave folks are. Everybody put one hand up. I'm going to ask you, how many kilometers of wire are in a standard 10-meter bus? So when you think you've lost your nerve, he's going to cheat, so he can't do it. When you think you've lost your nerve and I've gone too far, put your hand down. So for now, everybody's got a hand up. Come on. Okay, 1 kilometer. If you think there's less than 1 kilometer of wire, put your hand down. 2 kilometers. Already some people losing their nerve. 5 kilometers. How about 5? Anybody for 5? How about 6? I could be an auctioneer. 8 kilometers of wire. Yeah? Still some brave ones. 10. Let's go to 10. 10 kilometers of wire per bus.
That's a lot of wires.
That's a lot of wire. 10 kilometers. Okay. 12 kilometers of wire. Anybody still hanging in there with 12? I think 2 people.
I don't know if Immaculate is allowed to be in this competition.
12? The answer is 12 kilometers of wire per bus. Electrical wire per bus. Think about that. That's a lot of wire. 2,500 buses per year. I don't know, I'm an engineer. 30,000 kilometers of wire per year running through this plant.
Wow.
Wire harnesses. So wire harnesses is a collection of wires. They come together, they're bundled, they go from point A to point B. There's a lot of speakers and lights and all of these things. The wire harnesses are really complicated. They're not complicated. They're kind of complicated to design, but once you figure them out and you lay them all out, they're not that bad to make, and they don't take a lot of investment. So let's think about low-hanging fruit. Let's think about the multiplier in the economy. Let's think about not buying wire harnesses from China today, because that's where they come from. Let's think about making wire harnesses in Uganda with Uganda wire, which you have the capability for today. You can draw the copper wires today,
right,
and you can coat the wire. You can do all these things. Now let's take that raw ingredient of copper wires and let's make wire harnesses here. Maybe not exactly here, maybe in a neighboring community. Maybe spread it out a little bit and get some competition amongst communities, or spread out the opportunities in places other than this region.
Yeah.
So that's what I'd like to see when I come back, is a plan to make that happen.
Thank you very much, Robert. Honorable Nyosawa, what's the one thing you would want to see when you come back for the Expo next year?
When I come back here next year, I want to find when this place is busy producing buses. Because they are born now, they must grow up to the capacity, to the installed capacity.
Yeah.
So let's give them about some 40% installed capacity within the next 1 year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ambassador Mwesijede has already gotten us some market in Tanzania. He's our salesman. He's the official external salesperson for Kira Motors. So I think we might hit your target. Deputy ED.
Thank you. We are drawing a memorandum of understanding with Kira Motors to have the Kira Motor buses on the roads of Kampala. We are preparing for that rolling stock, and in the next 6 months or so, we should be able to conclude these processes so that we have Kampala busy with the Kira Motor buses. So when we come back next, we'll want to come back with the stories for what it is that is making life for metropoles such as Kampala and what it could be. We want to take this story to the people of Kampala and make them believe that we can have this done. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you again for walking the talk and leading by example in terms of what you're doing with that. Dr. Ezra.
Yeah, thank you. My dream is that I would want to find next year same time, brand come out, brand penetration everywhere we go in Uganda, and sales at least to the tune of 5% of how much we request in the budget to facilitate this scheme. We must be seen to be contributing some revenue. Money needs to come. So as part of the strategy, maybe to Paul, I don't want next year to see these people. Bring the bus owners here. Bring the bus drivers here. Bus conductors here. They have the business.
Thank you.
I thank you.
Thank you very much. And on that point, to the Honorable Minister and to Paul and the team, can I suggest that the moment you cross the bridge from Jinja all the way to the plant, there should be a KMC billboard, I think, every kilometer. For me, that's my desire that for the Expo in 2026, that the moment I enter Jinja, between the bridge and the main tunnel here at the road, there should be a huge KMC billboard every kilometer. If you can do that, I will be happy. Mr. King.
Thank you. For me, next year, as I said, we saw 25 students from Makere who were trained by engineers from Kira who interned here over the summer. For us, for me personally, I would like to see that number certainly increase, double. I would like to see that relationship built on, because ultimately, through the tour of the plant, what we did note was that there is a need for workers, there is a need for skills. This is a tremendous country of young people, and Kira Motors is a demonstration of how you can make that very strong link between the academic and industry to grow not just the economy, but to grow the aspirations and opportunities for the youth in Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
First of all, I would like to say that it was a clever idea, Mr. Paul, to put us here in the factory, not outside the factory. And even if we have been a little bit disturbed by the noise, I think it means for all of us that what we are talking about, it's concrete. We were visiting yesterday the Deep Tech Center, and there were on the wall a statement, "Create your future." It's destined to these students and young people that are in the walls creating their own future. I will say we have to create our future, and to bounce on what Robert said about wire harnesses. I told you that along our journey in Tunisia, we have created our own leaders. One of these leaders is the company Coffee Cup, and they are not only one, because we have also OneTech here, which is also a big player in cables and wire harnesses for the whole world automotive car makers, supplier. But when we talk about Coffee Cup, they are actually representing 25% of cables produced all over the world for building wire harnesses.
Wow.
So this is maybe what I would suggest, in order to bounce on Robert's idea, is that maybe my dream is that tomorrow, next year, when we will come here, we will have here a factory of wire harnesses that could be done in cooperation with Tunisian expertise, with Tunisian leaders in this industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's exactly what we want to hear. Mrs. Mujisha?
Well, next year at the same time, from my perspective, I want to see the deep growth in what have we created in terms of creating confidence for local demand. Then I would also want to be able to have testimonials of the innovative financing models that have worked in these few months or the 1 year coming. But ending to the fact that I would want to see the viable commitments from the Ugandan business leaders. In that, as Dr. Ezra said, I would want to find this room with key CEOs who have made commitments and signed agreements with Kira Motors. And as such, the minister had said to give them awards. Me, I would want to say that we would come and find that whole wall that is branded as Wall of Fame.
That's
to
a good
the
idea.
people who have been able to sign these agreements and buy the buses. Thank you.
That's a brilliant idea. Your school fees was not wasted, as they say. And so with that, can we have a very, very big hand clap for our panel? There was a question that the Honorable Minister needed to answer, Maurice. I think we'll let her do that, and then she can actually then come and join us for the picture on the stage as she does that.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. There are two questions that I was to respond to. The first one is how do we get the Parliament to come? I think there is no better platform for me to answer this than in the presence of the chairs of my committees.
Yeah.
I am very privileged to have two committees directly, and then there are other committees that are affiliated, and therefore I'm requesting the chair STI committee, the chair Presidential Affairs Committee, that we jointly work on this and convince the speaker and bring a parliament session here. We'll be very, very happy to work on it. And I think that will do a lot. Earlier this week, the speaker came to represent His Excellency at the engineering, the 11th UNESCO Africa Engineering Week and 9th Africa Engineering Conference. And she saw a small bit of what we're doing. And in her remarks, she told me, Honorable Msenero, I had not understood what you're doing. From now on, I'm going to support you. This is public. And so I think that if, with the support of my committees, we can get the entire parliament to understand what is happening, and we will be able to give them the telescope to see the future. The second question was from my friend over there. I didn't hear the name. Why not do like others and waive taxes on the importation of e-vehicles? I want to refer to my speech. It's about ideology. Which ideology are you following? If we take the first component of the ideology, economy, when you do that's the economy of the nation. When you do the value chain analysis to that strategy, where is the money? And where is that money flowing in that value chain? Is it coming into the country, or is it flowing out of the country? Our ideological position in Uganda is that we are going to use green economy to build our economy, the green revolution to build our economy. And one of the key pillars is e-mobility. So, if I do what they are doing, will I be building this economy? I'm not going to tell you the answer, but just think about it. You will appear internationally, socially compliant. You will appear to be good. And my friend here might score you very well on climate. But how will you be scored on your GDP? How will you be scored on your jobs? How many jobs will come? Which segment of the economy will you be positioning your country? In those who produce and sell raw materials? In those who add value and own more than 90% of the value? Or in those who consume and bring less than 5% of the value? So the answer is in there. And then think about it. How different is this from what we did with the ICE vehicles? How different is it? How will it have impact on the economy? We are taking advantage of an industrial revolution. This is the first one that we are owning. And we are going to make the technology as much as possible here. And most of the value chain, if we all agree, should come from the continent. And I want to thank Robert there for the advice. We are taking on the challenge. When you come back, we'll be able to unroll, and we'll request you give us support to enlarge our thinking so that we can come up with a strategy. The other comment was, why reinvent the wheel? I am very skeptical about that statement. I reserve the right to reinvent the wheel if the current wheel is not working for me. I am not going to stick to a wheel which is not working for me. So when people tell me, don't reinvent the wheel, I'll first ask, is that wheel putting me in a comfortable place? If it is not, sorry, that is a candidate for reinvention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Can I have one more hand clap for our incredible panel? They are still here. Please do interact with them. I will hand back over to our amazing MCs, Maurice and Christo, to usher us to the after party.
Honorable Minister is already here. She doesn't waste time. I'll invite Paul, our CEO. Paul Musasi, yes. Please come. We need to give our souvenirs. So the Honorable Ministers have joined us.
Yes, indeed.
Immaculate, yes.
Can we have another round of applause for our amazing panelists and to our moderator as well, Ben? Thank you so very much for sharing your knowledge and, of course, amazing suggestions as well. There's so many directions that we can go with this discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pretty much coming to the end of today's program. Thank you so much for being here and for honoring our invitation. We are now handing over a token of appreciation to all of our panelists.
Yes.
Yes, indeed.
Christo, you can actually, any of us here, you can actually have a souvenir of the nice bus. No, and not this one. At the souvenir store.
Yes, indeed.
For
as
just
you walk out on your
$65.
right.
Just $65.
And it's beautiful.
228,000 Uganda shillings. Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
All right.
So we're handing that over. We'll take a group photograph.
Yes.
And we would like to take the party outside when we are done.
And Baraka is waiting for us.
Yes, the Baraka Cultural
Baraka Cultural Troupe are waiting for us.
I just saw someone ready to dance some more.
We just need to confirm that they're there. Uh-huh.
And then, of course, for you to have a chance, of course, to explore a little more. Hopefully, you've had a chance to also test drive one of the EVs outside.
Yes, and are joining the fun pack on the other side. I'm told they've had a bigger party than we have inside here.
Oh, yes.
All the fun is there, right? The content is here, the fun is there.
That's one way of looking at it.
All right. Please don't leave without visiting the fun pack. They have a live DJ I'm told world-class live DJ. That's the word.
So one more.
Ben, we shall get yours. Ben has one. Ben,
He already has one?
don't worry, we'll get him one. Honorable Minister in the middle. Yes.
Okay.
There you go.
So to our photographers, are we set, ready? Would you like them to move?
Come. There is one coming, don't worry. Space.
So can you step back a bit? Is everyone in frame?
Cameraman, do you have everyone?
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we appreciate them one more time?
yeah.
Big round of applause. There you go.
All right.
You will love this model. For those of you who hadn't seen it, it looks
wait.
really great.
Ben's bus is here.
Ben, yours is here. I know. I know, Ben,
Okay.
Ben felt like
So
the odd
now
man
we
out.
can take the picture.
Yeah, Ben felt like the odd man out. It looks terrible. All right. All right. That's beautiful. Honorable Minister back there. Give the minister hers. You can, but she has all the buses are yours, Honorable Minister. now even the bottle you want. All the buses belong to the minister. Now she even wants the bottle.
Until
right.
they're handed over.
Yes, I like that. I like that.
Until they're handed
Okay,
over.
now one photo for everyone.
Okay,
Yes.
so are we ready?
That STI can hold and represent. Our undersecretary will represent. All right,
Okay.
one last photo.
Big smiles, everyone. Big smiles.
And we are going to dance. I saw some really great dancers here with Baraka, so we are doing the same outside.
We've been sitting quite
Yes.
a bit today, so
Yes.
it's now time
Yes.
to shake loose.
You can pick a coffee on your way if you
Yes.
want, please. But it would be nice to go and first have some fun and then pick a coffee.
We'll allow you now to step
Thank you
down.
very much. Thank you very much,
again.
ladies and gentlemen. Before we go, the Honorable Minister has a special guest who will speak to us tomorrow. I thought it would be honorable to recognize him. One of our collaborators from Nigeria. May I recognize our MD and CEO of Liok Pop Nigeria Limited, also Liquid Ocean Nigeria CEO. Please stand for recognition, sir. There is our dear friend from Nigeria. We appreciate you. They're one of our collaborators with Kira Motors. Thank you. You'll be speaking tomorrow. Welcome, sir. Tomorrow, we can't wait to hear from you. We want to thank you all. Please make time and come on time tomorrow.
So again,
Yes, from 8 a.m. arrival.
arrival is 8 a.m. and we will start right on time.